Welcome, everyone. This is the Groton Board of Education regular meeting being held on March 24th, 2025 at the central office in room 11. It's being held in person and online. It is 6:02, I guess, and I'll call the meeting to order. The first item on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance, and I'll ask Anne Marie to lead us. Pledge.
Flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Present this evening is Ian Thomas online, Dr. Ackerman online, Matt Schulman's online, Jen White is in person, myself, Adrian Johnson, and Dean Antipas with the superintendent and the assistant superintendent. I saw Jay. Jay's online too.
Jay's online too.
The first order is recognition and participation of visitors and delegations. This month is Board Appreciation Month, and I think...
So I'd like to appreciate our board members who work tirelessly. If you've watched, whether it's budget season or data season, when we're looking at data or talking about our schools or our food service program, they are here in force. I don't know any other board that spends and commits the amount of time that the Groton Board of Education does. I've never seen it like this. I mean, it's really been spectacular. And every single one of you will have a certificate, a note from me expressing my deep appreciation with a Nautilus pin, because we will be going to the Nautilus. As you know, I serve on the board, so I've gotten a room for you for your retreat to be able to do that work at the end of April. And the certificate basically says Board of Education Member Appreciation Month 2025, presented to each one of you for your dedication and commitment to the Groton Board of Education and your tireless advocacy on behalf of the children. And that's what you always put first, so I appreciate that.
Thank you.
And you have a couple little things that will help you with your workload, like a journal and a pen, keeping your notes for the board stickies so you can remember where you put it in the budget packet. The Columbia class submarine, which I got from the Nautilus Museum, because remember, they're coming, and in the neighborhood of 600 families rotating through in the next 20 years, 15 to 20 years. So Groton has to be prepared for more military children coming our way. And then a little shopping bag.
Any comments? I have to say it's a pleasure to serve on the Board of Education, to be trying to help the community and the school district and the students. And we have a great Board of Education. We don't always agree, but we try to do what's best for the students. And maybe not always agreeing is a good thing, too. So, but we do have a very good board, and we always can improve and move forward. But it's a pleasure to serve on this Board of Education.
And our student reps, too. And I have a gift bag for you all. I'll bring it over to the high school for you. Thank you.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is comments from citizens in regard to agenda items and other subjects of concern that lie within the jurisdiction of the Board of Education. This is the portion of the agenda where the board welcomes comments from citizens. Each presentation should be limited to 5 minutes or less, and citizens should, if possible, submit written comments. Presentation should be related to matters pertinent to Groton. Board members will only ask questions in order to clarify the speaker's presentation and cannot respond during the comments of citizens portion of the board meeting. Citizens should make their presentation from the podium and state their names and addresses for the record. Do we have anybody here? I assume that you all want to.
Yeah.
That's a good assumption, right? All right. Whoever wants to go first.
Okay. Can you just come right here?
No, go to the podium, state your name and address.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
My name is Kelsey Kivitz. I live at 74 West Street in Groton. We're here today as a united group to bring attention to the ongoing issues within the high school cheer program at Fitch. Our primary objective is to ensure that these athletes' voices are heard and that we as a community take the necessary steps to support them and safeguard their futures within the Groton school system. As adults, it is our responsibility to create an environment where every student athlete feels accepted, respected, safe, and treated with fairness and equality in all sports programs. Unfortunately, numerous young athletes as well as other coaches who have worked alongside the Fitch High School head coach have experienced mistreatment that has led to severe mental health struggles. We can no longer allow these complaints to be dismissed. We demand accountability, immediate action, and meaningful change. It is imperative that this individual is no longer in a position of power where she can continue to cause harm. The well-being of our students must be the top priority, and we will not stand by while they suffer in silence any longer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Gabrielle Laudia. I live at 231 Heather Twin Lane. And then these are just the same things that I'll be referencing throughout the talk. So the problem throughout Fitch Cheer has been going on since about December, and all of the athletes that have been kicked off the team, we admit what we have done. We do not want it to seem as though we aren't apologizing for our actions. However, if we are held accountable, the adults that are in charge of us must also be held accountable. If you go to the packet that has a number 3 at the top, you will see 2 collections of posts with a hashtag FTWH, which you would only know what it stands for if you're a varsity athlete. And should look like this. Now, it's well known within the Fitch varsity circle that FTWH means, well, excuse my language, fuck this, we're here. A statement created by the head coach. That way we wouldn't care what others thought of our team. The yellow packet has all of the student athlete testimonials of most of the girls that were kicked off the team. All of us were told for different reasons, one way or another, that we had been released from the team. I personally was told that the athletic director at Fitch ordered the head coach to remove everyone involved with the situation. However, among speaking to other girls, they were told that they had violated the code of conduct, but they were not told which codes they violated. Blame was placed on varsity athletes with nothing to be done. All of us were told different stories, so we didn't know. So in this packet, which has the 2 blue stickies, you will see the first page says volunteer coaching permits. This comes directly from the CIAC Handbook 2024-2025. If you read the highlighted section under number 2, it says, yes, if a volunteer is working with and or instructing student athletes, then the volunteer must have a coaching permit. Effective July 1st, 1995, the State Department of Education has mandated that all cheerleading advisors, chaperones, and coaches to be properly certified as a coach. If you're familiar with the Fitch Cheer program, you know that we're led by Melissa Robinson and then her daughter Amara. If you flip to the next page, you'll see an example of what it looks like. You search up on the Connecticut State Department of Education your coaching certificate. In the example, we have Kristen Rossi, and you can see underneath certificate type her 5-year renewable coaching contract and her temporary emergency coaching permit. However, when you flip to the next page, underneath Amara Robinson, there's no educator found. For the past 3 years, we've been coached by a coach with no record. There was also an article published in the Day that states Amara M. Robinson, 19, of 41 Star Hill Road, was charged Monday with second-degree breach of peace and third-degree assault. So not only are we being coached by someone without a coaching license, but someone has been charged with assault. In the last 2 pages, you can see proof that at least since April 30th, 2023, Amara has been coaching at Fitch via the Fitch Falcons cheer page on Instagram. When you flip to the yellow sticky, there's a sample job description that comes from the CIAC website of an assistant coach. Underneath terms of employment, salary and work period to be established by the Board of Education in compliance with rules and regulations. After this, we have screenshots of Melissa asking Chrissy to split her paycheck with Amara, and it being sent through Venmo, $500. So, our problem today that we raise is we are being coached by a coach with no coaching license, with knowledge of the head coach and the athletic director. Not only is the head coach the assistant coach's mother, I personally have witnessed them bringing a baby to practice where those athletes have had to sit around and babysit said baby. Within these student athlete testimonials, these are all the stories of almost all the athletes here today. And the separate papers I gave you all come from the CIAC website with rules violated. Cheerleading placements and regulations. Cheerleading is an athletic activity and for all regulation purposes falls under the control of the CSAC board. Schools may sponsor both support and competitive programs concurrently, but only one program may be designated for competition purposes. Last season, Fitch supported not only a JV team, but a varsity co-ed and an all-girls varsity team. This was made so that some people did not have to be placed on the state's team, and we went to separate competitions. On the next page, at 9.0 personnel, you can see on the bottom the 2 that I have highlighted here. Athletes may expect fair, unprejudiced relationships with all squad members and competent and trustworthy officials whose decisions will always be supported. You can't control who you're related to. However, you can control the way that you set up relationships within the team. However, how are we supposed to expect competent and trustworthy officials when our coach doesn't have a coaching license? Finally, in Appendix H, under the exertional heat illness, you can see that signs and symptoms of heat exhaustion are nausea or vomiting, dizziness, and lightheadedness. And then under heat stroke, altered consciousness, disoriented or dizziness, headache, nausea or vomiting, loss of muscle function, and balance. You can see within multiple athlete testimonials how Fitch has denied and hasn't followed this rule. It states some health conditions such as obesity can cause athletes to be more vulnerable to heat, and individuals who suffer from exertional heat illness must be cleared by a healthcare professional. Multiple times at practices, we've had girls pass out with our coaches telling us just to walk around and ignore them and continue conditioning. Neither of which were cleared. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Anyone else like to address the board?
Good evening. My name is Elizabeth Gomez. I live at 44 Raintree Circle, and I'm a sophomore at Fitch High School. I would like to read my testimonial to y'all. I know that you have the paper in front of you, but I would like you to hear it from me. So, when I was younger, I was fortunate enough to have amazing parents who signed me up for cheerleading. It quickly became my passion. I was only 4 years old when I started, and now at 15, I find myself having to walk away because of discrimination and wrongful accusations. It started back in September 23, my first game as a high schooler, and my birthday. I was accused of bullying a girl who had once been my closest friend, and they believed her over me. I didn't let it break me, and I came back stronger than ever, determined to prove myself. For the rest of the year, nothing else happened, and I even earned the MVP award. Then came December 2024, my first basketball game of the season, and I was told not to attend. My coach made it clear that I wasn't allowed there that night, and I respected her, so I said yes, coach, and waited for her response, as I had always followed the 24-hour rule. I had no idea why I wasn't allowed or what I had done. My coach wouldn't speak to me, and I was left in the dark. It wasn't until later that I learned from my friends that our private cheerleading group chat had been shared. Our cheer team had started the chat because we were a close-knit family, and we talked about practice plans, how we were feeling, TikToks to share with our JV coach, and just the usual stuff teenagers talk about. When 2 seniors asked to join, we welcomed them without hesitation, wanting everyone to feel valued and appreciated. But as we all know, sometimes things change. Our once innocent chat turned into something it never should have been. I take responsibility for anything that I may have said, but to this day, I still don't know exactly what I said that caused all of this. For 3 days, my coach didn't speak to me. I was left without any closure and filled with stress. I could feel the situation spiraling, and I had a sinking feeling that I wouldn't like the outcome. Once again, she believed another teammate over me and didn't even allow me to defend myself. She always told us there's one side, another side, and the truth. Only now is the truth coming out. My mother called me into her room during the day my coach hadn't been speaking to me, and she told me that she had been wrongfully terminated. That, unfortunately, was my breaking point. The next day, I made the hard decision to leave the team. I didn't want to speak to the woman who had broken me down time and time again. Throughout my years in cheerleading, I had always given my best effort. I wanted to be seen, to be liked, and most importantly, to be acknowledged. I've always known that I'm bigger than most of the girls I hung out with, and I've been insecure about my appearance for as long as I can remember. I was often the slowest during conditioning, but I never stopped trying. I pushed myself to improve no matter how difficult it was. Yet, I was constantly compared to the faster girls on the team, which made me feel I wasn't good enough. I was told my injuries were my fault because I wasn't using my abs or I wasn't as skinny as I should be. One day during conditioning, I was told, this program might not be best for you if you can't keep up because of your weight. I left practice that day in tears, and honestly, that became a regular occurrence. The woman I once looked up to, my coach, the one I wanted to impress the most, hurt me in ways I can't even begin to describe. I loved my coach like a second mom, and I always made sure to hug her after practice, and she would tell me how proud of me she was. Our relationship had always been so supportive and caring, but somewhere along the way, things changed. The coach who once felt like a protector became someone I didn't even recognize. I never imagined things would turn out like this, but it reached a point where I, as a child, could no longer bear the pain. I tell my story for the people who are scared of repercussions. I tell my story to show the truth, and I tell my story because doing the right thing is never wrong. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hi, my name's Alani Ferris. I live on 35 Valley Court, Groton, Connecticut. I am a Fitch alumni. So I graduated the year of 2024. I was never kicked off the team. I'm an all-state athlete, 2-time BCC All-Star. I was top 2 my senior year. Not once was I recognized by any of the coaches for this, by the way. Sorry, this is a lot. Sorry. Thank you. I have cheered since I was about 4 years old. Since I could walk, I was cheering, I was tumbling, I was flipping. I've always been flipping, like pretty much flipped out of my mom. Like, it's always been a thing. Like, I grew up in a family that's like, my sister cheered, my mom cheered, my aunt cheered, like my stepsister cheered. We were all cheerleaders. Not once was I ever been called a bad kid by any teacher, any adult, any student. I never had issues with anybody. And then I cheered for Fitch 3 years. I didn't get my freshman year because of COVID. My sophomore year was okay. We didn't really have Amara there coaching. Coach Melissa was, we were trying to get back on our feet because of COVID. you know, and then my junior year hit, and that's where everything kind of changed. There was bullying on the team that I had encountered. I had told the coaches about it multiple times, and instead of telling them to back off, they didn't say anything, or they would call me out on stuff as well. I remember there was one practice where I was having feet problem. I have plantar fasciitis in my feet. I'm flat-footed, so I have no arches in my feet, so sometimes when I tumble, it really hurts. There was a day where I was told to tumble over and over and over again until I could no longer get myself up off of the mat. And I remember going onto crutches after that moment. I was on crutches and a foot brace, and I had never been injured with a cheer injury before this moment. Once I got off crutches, I came back to practice and I was ready to start working again. Melissa was off on a business meeting, so her daughter Amara ran the practice, and she refused to spot me for any tumbling. She was spotting everybody else but refused to spot me, but told me that I had to throw a skill. I had to do it on my own, or else I was not going on the States team. And I had to sit and watch my team at States. So I threw the skill, which hurt me more. I remember her yelling at me in front of the whole team because I didn't, because the head coach had told me that I was getting a spot back and I didn't, and I was confused. So as any student would do when they're confused, you ask a question. And I did not ask it disrespectfully. I just asked, oh, I thought I was getting this spot back. And she had yelled at me for not knowing the spot beforehand. I remember walking out because I was so frustrated, and I've never walked out on a practice before. Coach Chrissy had walked up to me, held my hands, told me that everything was going to be okay. She's the whole reason why I stayed on that team that year. I didn't get to compete at States that year. I was out on injury. My senior year is when everything got so much worse. I struggled with an eating disorder because it was just hard. It was a very hard summer. I told the coaches, or I told Melissa and Amara about it, so that way they knew that that is what was going on with me during the summer. They decided to tell the team that the reason why I felt like I was going to throw up in 90-degree weather in a really hot gym with no AC was because I wasn't eating good enough. I felt like that should have never been shared with the team, especially without my consent. They also took away captains my senior year. There was only 3 seniors. They said we were going to do a leadership program that year. I was okay with that until I found out that this year they had brought back captains. There was a lot of incidents, but the biggest incident with my senior year was we actually had a meeting with Melissa, and that same night she made us do a conditioning that made me fall to the ground and tear my elbow ligament to shreds. I competed at States with a shredded ligament in my elbow. I got surgery for that ligament in October of 2024. It costed me my college scholarship. We were gonna take legal terms, but decided not to. My brother works with the school system. I don't want that to go down on him. But mentally, that really messed me up. Really bad. I was so trauma bonded to Melissa that I felt like I was never good enough. So even when I started cheering again, I'm an all-star cheerleader now, so when I started doing things again, I would find myself going to text her and be like, oh, I'm doing this again. And then I have to, I realized, I'm just bonded because I never felt like I was enough. And a lot of kids don't feel like they're enough on this team. There's a lot of favoritism, and there's unsafetyness. We had a girl walk into practice high. You could smell it off her clothes. You can, everybody knew. We had informed the coaches. She was one of the favorites. Nothing happened. She ended up with a concussion that night, by the way. But they did not stop her. They did not tell her to get off the team. They did not tell her anything. When my sister was in high school, she said they were not even allowed to party. If they went to a party or got caught, they'd be off the team. So why is it different now? The coach has a niece on the team who could do no wrong. That niece was also a girl who used to torment me because she could do no wrong. I was taken out of stunting, which I loved a lot, because the captain of my junior year was a bully. And they allowed her to be a bully. I went to a leadership conference my junior year because they wanted to get me prepared for my senior year. I know what a captain's supposed to look like. I know what a coach is supposed to look like. I coached youth for 4 years. I know how you're supposed to treat kids. You're not supposed to have favorites. You're not supposed to treat one more than the other. I've had nieces that I've coached. I've never treated my niece more than all the other girls on the field. Because that's not how you're supposed to work. That's kids. I would never think about tearing kids down and making them not want to do a sport that they grew up loving to do. And I guess that's where I'm coming from. I grew up to love a sport, to then dread every single practice to go because I was afraid that I wasn't going to be good enough. And I don't want anybody else to feel that way. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. My name is Mary Ferris. I live at 35 Raleigh Court. I am Alani Ferris's mother. I am just going to read the letter that I sent to the superintendent, and honestly, I'm not sure who else. Says, hello, I'm writing in regards to a complaint that I would like to share with you about Fitch High School cheerleading coaches, specifically Melissa Robinson and her daughter, Amara Robinson. My daughter, Alani, was coached by Melissa and Amara throughout high school. She was constantly bullied by Amara while Melissa allowed it. My daughter has suffered serious injuries because of their unsafe conditioning and the inability to express injuries to the coaches. Alani has suffered a high sprain of her ankle, 6 stitches in her eyebrow, a fractured growth plate in her collarbone, several pulled muscles, and the last injury, which caused her to lose part of her college scholarship, was torn, shredded ligaments in her elbow, resulting in surgery. She has had extensive physical therapy the past 3 years to undo the damage caused by these coaches. There is never a time where suicides with backflips on a dead mat is acceptable. I was inclined to sue. I spoke with a lawyer, and I have a very strong case. However, I feared the backlash that my son, a Fitch employee, would receive. We had meetings with the coaches, athletic director, and principal with no change in behavior. To be clear, I am a mother of 3 elite athletes who have suffered injuries from sports. That is to be expected, but when these injuries are caused by pure hate and bullying, it should not be tolerated. I've spent thousands of dollars in medical bills due to the negligence of these coaches. Amara is not qualified to coach at all. She is far too young, underexperienced, and I was told not even certified as a coach, as well as the fact that she was kicked out of school, lies about being a Division I athlete. Her school was Division II, which is still great, but it's not Division I. Got arrested and became a teen mom. I never judge a child for their life decisions, but I feel like this should be discussed considering her treatment of most athletes. If you judge the kids, you judge yourself first. She has her favorites, and the rest of the athletes are treated terribly. It's appalling. In addition, the favoritism I've witnessed by both Melissa and Amara is absolutely disgusting. When the staff at Fitch notices it and brings it to your attention, you know it's bad. My daughter is a good kid, never in trouble, and is known for her huge heart. She was awarded ECC All-Star Award 2 years in a row, as well as All-State Award, but yet her coaches did not acknowledge her at the banquet at all. Another concern I have is the money that was raised. In 2022-23, we raised roughly $8,000 in benefit fundraiser, along with several other fundraisers throughout the season. In season 23-24, we raised roughly $6,000 in a fundraiser, as well as a $10,000 grant. That's not including other fundraisers or Booster Club money. My daughter's banquet was held in the cafeteria and was a potluck. Two-time All-State. Two times. They won states. The football team didn't win states, and they have an appropriate banquet. They are all, but these girls don't. I had to bring food, and we raised $18,000 at least, and they couldn't even get a banquet. Where did the money go? This team won states 2 years in a row, has two all-state and all-area athletes, but no recognition for either one. Lastly, I've just informed that Coach Kristen was relieved of her position as coach. This is terrifying news. She was literally the only coach that genuinely loved and cared about these athletes. She was dedicated not only to safety, but mental health. She should be running the cheer program at Fitch. She is the sole reason that my daughter made it through. I hope that you take all this into consideration. I appreciate your time and consideration in this matter. If you have any questions, feel free to contact me. That was my letter. I stand by it. I have plenty more, but we don't have time. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
My name is Lila Matthews. I live on 36 Depot Road. This is my story. Cheerleading has been a significant part of my life for 7 years. 5 with the Groton Mystic Falcons, where I discovered my passion for the sport. I eagerly anticipated joining my high school team, believing it would be my next step and journey. However, I never expected that my final year with GMF would be the last time I truly enjoyed cheerleading. In the summer of 2023, Fitch High School cheer program began conditioning workouts. Each practice started with a mile run, which, while challenging, was manageable for some more than others. On one particularly hot day, about 80 degrees, a teammate vomited and she said she felt like passing out. Instead of being given time to recover, she was forced to continue. We were told that if we could not endure the conditioning, then Fitch cheer was not for us. As a freshman, I made the junior varsity cheer team and began the season excited. However, as time went on, the head coach of Fitch cheerleading revealed a different side. This year, as a sophomore, I dislocated my elbow and was sidelined for 3 weeks. Upon my return, still recovering, I was immediately expected to participate in intense conditioning. Halfway through, the head coach, Melissa Robinson, stopped the team and singled me out, stating in front of everyone how disappointing it was to see my progress had declined and how a freshman had taken my place. The humiliation was overwhelming, and at one point I was promoted to the varsity team, an achievement I worked tirelessly for, only to be demoted back to JV without recognition or explanation. It felt as though my hard work was disregarded. Later in the season, a group chat incident resulted in 3 of my teammates being banned from a game. That evening, the head coach gathered the JV team and expressed their disgust with us. She then kept me behind, reminding me that I had won the coach's award as a freshman and saying she expected more from me, essentially pressuring me to turn against my friends. Despite these experiences, I continued to put on a smile and perform, though I felt increasingly disheartened. When I finally voiced my concerns, my message was met with a generic, impersonal response. Shortly after, I learned that the coach I looked up to the most, who truly made me feel safe, Chrissy Gomez, and supported, had been removed from the team, along with 3 of my friends. That was the breaking point. I realized I could no longer be a part of a program that refused to foster a healthy and supportive environment. With great disappointment, I made the difficult decision to resign the cheerleading team. Cheerleading has always been my passion, but no one should have to sacrifice their well-being for a sport they love. I'm not alone, and many other athletes have been forced to walk away under similar circumstances. It's time for change. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
This is going to be short and sweet for me. My name is Kristen Rossi Gomez. I was part of the assistant coaching staff at Fitch for the past 4 years. I've coached these kids, and the majority of them since they were 4 years old, on the Groton Mystic Youth Field. I live at 44 Raintree Court in Groton. I don't have anything to say here because I feel as though I have actually sent everything that I could possibly send or say to the people needed to know, but I just want you to look at my face and look at their faces and hear their stories. I had to lose my voice for a lot of years as an assistant coach to stay in that gym. There is a mean girl squad up there. It is what it is, and there's certain things that you can't fight. Unfortunately, this has been a battle that's been going on for as long as she has been a head coach up there, and there's been nobody speaking, and because they're afraid. And this is exactly what they're afraid of. We have brought it to attention to every level that we possibly can, and what we have been told and not responded to is just so disheartening. I didn't care about the money. I don't care about, I coached on the youth level for 8 years for not a dollar. I've spent thousands of dollars on these children. Any time they ever had food was from me. Home cooked meals, chicken Alfredo, and they'd beg. They have welcome in my home. They're part of my family. My youngest child has had both of his kidneys removed, lived on dialysis for 4 years, 14 hours a day. He's had strokes, seizures, cancer, the works. My child is alive. He was supposed to die by the time he was 2. Guess what? The families that are coaching, their children that are performing right now started GoFundMes for my family. Our world is intertwined. I graduated from Fitch. My mother graduated from Fitch. I graduated 25 years ago this year. I never, ever thought that my leaving Fitch would feel like this. I've bled these colors. I love these children, and that's the bottom line for me. And so I am not here to take somebody's position. That is not what my job is. She fired me. I was told that was not what was supposed to happen. Romano said I wasn't fired. Nobody responded to me. Susan Austin never responded to me. I am left sad, but this isn't my voice. This is for them. And so I'm here to support these kids till the end of their days, and that's my job, because I took a role when they were 4 years old to be their coach. So I had a disabled child who was pregnant. While I was pregnant, running down, catching these children. I stunted with these kids while I was pregnant. I came to practice the day after I gave birth. I have been involved in their lives since as long as I can remember, and Elizabeth Gomez is mine. And she is a damn good kid. And you know her name because she's at your school, and she sang the national anthem at the football game. She's a good kid. You're going to tell me that one person doesn't like her? She's taking a college class that I just paid for college credits in ASL, so she can be a doctor and use that in her field. She doesn't want to go anywhere else but this school. And she has done a sport since she was 4 years old that she no longer can do. And I do not need to be her coach. I am completely okay with that. I've actually asked her that every single year since we started this. Am I coaching again with you this year? Am I coaching? And when the opportunity arose to go to the Fitch High School, I said, oh my God, I couldn't wait. I cheered with Mary. I've coached all of these kids and all of them. And these are my cousins. And I'm sorry, but it trickles. If you're not liked, it trickles. Mm-hmm. And I was not a mean girl. I'm not a mean girl. It's just not in me. I'm blonde hair, and I guess I should be a mean girl. I'm not a mean girl. I was given the job of being the spirit coordinator. Well, let me be the best spirit coordinator you have ever seen. I bought every single kid from every other team goodie bags. A goodie bag I personally made at home that they could use as a makeup bag with a hair tie and lotions and chapsticks and an inspirational card in it, because guess what? This world is hard enough.
From your own money, right? Not fundraising.
All my money. And I shared my money because assistants share money according to the head coach, and I was asked to give money, which we have all this verification for, but it doesn't really matter to me because the money went to the kids, and it is what it is, and that's what this is about for me. I work my butt off. I don't have a job that gives me the allowability to actually do these things. However, I still manage to do these things because it always happens and it always works out. And sometimes I felt like I brought more snacks just so I made sure that they were fed, because I couldn't have a voice. The more I stood up for them, the more I was pushed away. And all I wanted was to get these kids through. And I had freshman babies this year asking me please not to leave them when my daughter left. And Izzy wanted to graduate a year early because of this. And she went to summer school the first year just to try and see if she could potentially graduate. He said, why waste your 4 years? You get 4 years to enjoy high school, and I loved it. I am so sorry we have taken up so much of your time, but I know that the biggest thing here today was that everybody wanted to make sure that everybody knew who was associated here. These are us. This is who you've been talking to. These are your correspondence, the forwarded emails. But you also have met us now. You've heard stories. There's rumors. There's rumors in other schools as to why I was fired, yet I was never told why I was fired. I was not given that validation. And yet I walked away with grace and did not open my mouth till March because I wanted those kids to finish out strong. Because guess what? I've been competing them since they were 4. They're the most amazing athletes you have. And they were the greatest group of kids that I have ever coached. And it's not just the ones that are leaving, it's the ones that you have in your school still that want to cheer and want to. And you know what? You can have a team that just cheers for your school. A team that just goes off and cheers. You don't have to have all of this, and it doesn't have to be mean. And you don't have to make kids turn against each other to make a powerful team. You know, it's just not, it does not build good character. And I coach at the high school to take away the mean and the catty, and then I take grace with that. So my name was slandered, and I was done. And these children, unfortunately, go to school every day and are bullied because of this. And I'm not worried about my child at your school. I'm not worried that she is not safe, and I was at first. But my kid's so much stronger than I'll ever be. And me standing up here is something that I never, ever would have ever done in my whole life. I am not a person that makes myself like this. I stay out of the shadows. I love these kids. I love these kids. Kids I don't even coach. I love Mel. I love her family. I am part of these kids' worlds. And I was pushed right out of it. I kept my mouth shut, and I let them think I did whatever was said so that they weren't penalized and could compete their season. That is what we're talking about up here. Please listen to them. Please read their stories. Take a moment, just a moment. Instead of a newspaper, read a story. I know it's boring, but it's kids, and they just have, you know, it's not, if you're not there, you don't understand, but it's sad, and it shouldn't be that way. And I know that life isn't easy. I know that we're not trying to give them grace, like, oh, they didn't do anything to warrant this. It was not acceptable, and I don't agree with it. And I work a lot, and everyone can know that, and that's kind of what was said, is that, oh, you're just not at enough practices. I was at 3 practices a week and at every single game, and coaches and people know me, and they saw me there. But also, there were a lot of things that were done when I was not there that my child didn't even tell me about until after I was done. And so my voice didn't come until my child's voice came. And that's sad to me that I'm an adult and I didn't even speak up for my own child. It's disgusting, actually, and I'm really embarrassed of myself. But I'm standing up for these children now because, honestly, here's one, more kids that are just that could be so, you have so much talent at that school. You need to find a way to build it, and your youth doesn't want to send any of the kids to Fitch due to your coaching staff, and that's sad. Hate it. Okay, I'm done. I am so sorry. I did not mean to speak that long. It's a ramble sentence. I should have written something. Thank you very much for your time. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to say, you don't have to apologize for taking up our time. That's why we're here, to listen to the concerns. If you don't come and tell us, then sometimes we don't know. Thank you for coming forward.
My daughter was one of the cheerleaders that was removed. I know I already spoke, but I just want to speak on her behalf. She couldn't be here tonight. She's sick. So she just sent me a little something that she wanted me to say to you all. She also started cheering at the age of 4 in the Groton Mystic Falcons youth program. She had a great experience and learned so much. I was excited to continue to doing the sport that I loved in high school and worked hard doing. Sorry.
Can you tell me your daughter's name, please?
Malia Kivit Centeno. She's a sophomore. I was excited to continue doing the sport I loved in high school and worked hard during summer workouts to make sure that they knew how committed I was, seeing as summer practices weren't mandatory. However, my time in the program quickly became discouraging and had a toxic atmosphere due to the head coach's leadership. Instead of fostering growth and support for all athletes, she played favorites, creating an unfair and negative environment. During a team group chat, I expressed frustration about the favoritism, which led to my removal from the team. When I asked for clarification, the coach became aggressive, refused to explain my violation, and implied that I'd face backlash if I spoke out. Losing cheer, something I loved and put so much effort into, was devastating and deeply affected my mental health. It was crushing to be told as a sophomore that I was no longer allowed to do the sport that I had so much passion and drive for. I know I'm not alone. Many others have similar experiences and have been negatively impacted. A coach's job is to support all athletes and not divide them. I'm speaking out to ensure fairness, respect, and accountability for everyone in the program for futures to come. I pray that I'll be able to get back to doing what I love and pursue my dreams and goals of cheering at the college level. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Yes. I am Malia's grandfather. I live in Norwich now, but I lived in Groton for 30 years. And all I want to say is this. I've been watching her cheer since she was 4 years old. And she's been with Coach Amber and Coach Page and Coach Chrissy. And she's fine with all of them. And we've got this petulant, mean-spirited coach who's in there now, who's breaking they're just breaking them. Listen to these girls. I heard earlier there was talking about the children first. I know you folks will do the right thing and make it for the children first. Thank you.
Could you give me your name?
My name is Michael Kivitz.
Okay,
I'm Malia Kivitz Sentinel's grandfather.
Thank
Those are my two daughters. Chrissy's my niece.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Hello, my
Hi.
name's Amber. I coached most of these girls that are here today, just saying what they went through. And it breaks my heart when they leave me and they love cheer, and then they come up to the high school and then they just don't survive up there. It's not fair. I cheered for Fitch so many years ago. It's not what it was 25 years ago. Cheerleading's more than getting trophies. It's about becoming a family, making memories, just bonding. Right now at Fitch, it's just about trophies. That's all they care about, no matter how the child feels. It doesn't matter. They just want to do what's best for the team to get that trophy. That's it. It's all about numbers. It's not about the girls at all. My daughter, Winter Davis, she cheered. I coached her for Groton Mystic, and she cheered with these girls. She cheered last year, and she made co-ed JV, and then I guess. Oh, sorry.
So, my name's Winter Davis. I've been cheering since like 3rd grade. My situation is nowhere as bad as a lot of these people's. I just want to say that first. My problem was just the dynamic between athlete and coaches. It was very uncomfortable, even in the beginning of GMF, when Coach Melissa would always come up and talk to me about how she was so excited for me to cheer for Fitch High School next year. And she would talk to my mom all the time in private about me cheering. And then one day she found out that I wouldn't be cheering that fall season and that I would be doing volleyball instead. She told my mother that I wouldn't be a good enough volleyball player and that I would not make this school's team. Honestly, it just was very uncomfortable and very sad to hear because she was telling me that I couldn't play other sports and that I had to do cheer when I came up. And after that, looking back on it, I was punished for it. When I made the co-ed varsity team in the winter season, I was kicked off the team without even a notification or her talking face-to-face with me. I was moved down to JV, and I didn't really even know that. I was supposed to be an alternate, but there was like no communication at all within the team. And so I just saw that as a punishment for me not doing cheer in the fall. I wasn't able to do it in the winter like I wanted to. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to say she made JV varsity. She was she was 3 freshmen. So she was good enough to make the team.
Can you give us your address, please?
141 Dartmouth Drive.
Thank you. Thank you. Anyone else?
I just want to bring something up very quickly. Just for the record, both of these coaches were asked not to come back and help out the youth program.
Oh, yes.
They are not allowed to coach the youth in Groton. That says, and it's, and no, they, not them. No, Melissa and Amara. My daughter coached with Amber. Like, she's, her I trust with the children, but if a volunteer, you were fired from a volunteer position, enough said.
Wow.
Anyone else would like to address the board?
Hi, my name's Portia Bordelon. I live at 24 Jefferson Drive. I'm a Groton Town Councilor. Obviously, I was not here tonight for this. I come, as you guys always know, the fourth Monday of the month to keep my voice being heard. For full disclosure, I'm a Groton Town Councilor. For full disclosure, my husband is Ian Thomas, and I probably should disclose that I have cousins in the room that I, only recently found out this is going to. The grandfather here happens to be like maybe my third cousin and his daughters, but they are distant cousins, so I will have to admit that for the record. So it puts me in a weird position. But what position I can speak of is Amber is someone I also graduated high school with. All here. We all graduated together. These are my alumni. These are my folks that I went to school with. And with that, I played 3-season sports at Fitch, indoor, outdoor track, cross country. And everyone was accepted on the team, no matter the level. Every day you had a chance to earn your chance to be up. Not one person sits the sideline in fencing, which is what my other sport my son played, as well as track and cross country like I did. And so with that, it is to be here tonight to hear these stories, bringing tears to my eye about the body conditions and things about women. I can't stay aside here because obviously I'm on the town council and with my husband being on the board of ed, what I'm hearing about the girls, the way they're treated or feeling about their bodies, that needs to be investigated right away. That should be I don't want to hear, it has nothing to do with how great the coach is or anything else. Outside of that, we need to speak up. Something needs to be done. I also want to know, when were these complaints put forward? Did everyone get them in a timely manner? How were they investigated? Those are my other concerns. So as we hear these stories, I want to know when this stuff was sent forward. That's what I can say. Everyone is innocent until proven guilty, right? So I can't sit here and say one is wrong, but what I can hear overwhelmingly, I have to acknowledge, and I am concerned. I am concerned. I'm embarrassed as a black female, that graduated from Fitch herself, and hearing these things that these girls are saying. You definitely are going to make the team you want to, and you look beautiful because I'm a big woman and you're going to be fine. And you know what? You're okay as well. These things are disheartening. Over and over, the things that are being said about these girls needs to be addressed immediately. I don't know if it's a suspension until the investigation's on. Has that been done yet? Has there been any reprimanding? No. Where is the, we recently budgeted for a full-time athletic director. Where's that money going? What are they doing? Because I've heard overwhelmingly concerns there as well. There cannot be favoritism. This needs to be addressed. And if that's not being addressed, it needs to go down the chain of command, right? Like every job, there's a chain of command. So you guys are only as good as what you get from your superintendent. The superintendent's only as good as what she gets from the athletic director. The athletic director is only as good as what they get from the coaches. I am concerned. This is not the painting or the picture I want to see that Fitch has. Again, it's not about winning or losing. We're losing if girls are coming out afraid. We're losing. Take those trophies away. We're losing. This is a concern. And I will hold my comments about what I was going to say about, and I agree with you, all the sports my kid's been a part of, we had to bring our own meals, and I've always questioned that. Football goes to this building. They have a sit with ties and whole athletic dinner. Women's sports, co-ed sports, where everyone gets to play, and we may not always win the state championship, but we have to bring our own food in to eat. Health concerns, because I don't know what your kitchen looks like or your kitchen looks like, and everyone's bringing in something, and that shouldn't even be allowed. And second, the school should find it in their budget to make sure when we're having school banquets that it's proper banquets, that I'm not having to rush out of work, try to bring lasagna in, and then come rushing to the school. We're past those days. There needs to be a way in funding, and we have it here in Groton. Other districts, every sport goes out and has even if the pizza's paid for by the school with the salad, the parents shouldn't have to pay. We already paid in taxes. The school should be fronting that bill and making sure these athletes feel honored and respected, and the parents that have to go there and do all this. So again, I will speak. Equal equality across all boards for all athletes, not just football, not just the winning team, not just the top wrestler, across everything, right down to the track kid who's throwing that maybe never will score, but he shows up and puts his shoes, socks on, and throws and makes an effort. We need change in Groton, and I hear you, and I stand with you as a Groton Town Councilor, and if you have concerns, I will be addressing these as well. Thank you.
I have forgot to mention.
Come closer to me.
Sorry. I was a little emotional. So there's like a few things that I like just blanked out on, and it's mainly on like the unprofessionalism. I have a video of Coach Amara running a practice one day. We were doing karaoke night of her and some athletes singing slave songs and making fun of it, which I don't think that's professional. I mean, they were all like, you know, she's a mixed girl, and all the athletes that were doing that were also mixed, but it's just very not professional for the scenery that we should be making slave jokes or, you know, singing songs like that. There has been times, like numbers of times, countless and countless again, that they have talked about old teammates that used to be on the team, but they, not good things, bad things, saying like, oh, well, you don't want to be like that person. That person's, like, they were terrible. And I remember I had asked my friend Gabby if anything was ever said about me after leaving that team. And she said that sometimes there were things, like slight comments, like stuff saying that I was throwing a tantrum or anything like that. I'm a very emotional person. I have anxiety. I have depression. I'm diagnosed. I have medications for it. The coaches know.
Well, now since you haven't been at Fitch, you haven't really had any of those issues.
I really haven't. Stepping on the mat again with this all-star team and meeting these coaches, I was like, oh my God, I have two coaches that are like Chrissy. I don't have a coach that's going to tell me you're not good enough. Both of my coaches take it very easy and slow with me. I had to learn what it's like to be in a positive environment, and that was weird. It was so weird to step into that gym and everybody's like, oh my God, hi, it's so nice to meet you. And there'd be no drama. That's just a completely like, different experience. And that's when I realized, like, being in high school, that's not an okay environment for every teenage girl to go through. I know people who had very bad mental health issues where they didn't want to be here anymore because of these coaches. I don't want to lose a friend because of coaches like this. Because I lost a lot of friends just because of rumors that these coaches would spread. And that's not okay. No coach should ever talk bad about a past athlete, and that should never be okay. I've had multiple of my past athletes be talked about. And there are some that have even written stories that aren't in there or couldn't be here today. But their voices should be heard too. So I know Morgan couldn't be here, but she wrote her side too. She was treated unfair. There's a few others as well that I can't. Olivia, yeah, she couldn't be here either, but she was a year before me, before I graduated.
Directly to some. I think there might be a top record of those somewhere.
Mm-hmm. But it's just not okay. And like, I'm 18. I'm barely an adult. But from adult to adult, we need to understand that tearing down kids should never be okay. And talking bad about past kids that you have coached, like I've coached with Amber, I've coached side by side with Amber. Not once have me and Amber talked about how bad this kid is or how bad that kid is. there's going to be a day where, sometimes you butt heads. There's probably one time I butt heads with Chrissy. But after that, I was like, I'm sorry, Chrissy. I was in a bad mood.
Girls.
That's it. That's it. Like, it should never be like, I'm afraid of this coach. Because every day I'm scared this coach is going to tear me down.
There's a difference between tough love and abuse.
You can build them up and still have one.
I was in therapy for like 2-3 years because of these coaches.
Literally.
Therapy, like having to pay money, going after school, being late to some practices because I had a therapy appointment. I went to therapy probably 3 times a week because I was just so in my head about being perfect. I missed a skill at a competition this year, and I freaked out, and my coach had to sit with me and say, we're not going to yell at you. It's okay. And to hear that was very refreshing. It was like a breath of fresh air. It was like, if I would have done that on that team, I would have had to condition. I would have been screamed at. I would have been embarrassed in front of the whole team. That's the difference. They're not coaches, they're abusers. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
If I could I have you?
Yeah.
Thank you. So I would just like to talk about more how it's impacted my school life. So girls that I have on the team that were my friends for multiple years were told I was a bad influence, to never speak to me again, and if they spoke to me, they had to be reprimanded. I have a best friend on the team. I won't say her name, but she's been my best friend for 10 years. We grew up together. I brought her into cheer because it was my passion. I loved it. I wanted her to experience the love that I had for it, too. We went up together. We were on the same team. I brought her to practices. She brought me. We brought home. It just brought us closer. She dealt with things that I dealt with, but never to the extreme that I dealt with. She loves this sport, and she's still on this team because I've begged her to stay on because nothing has happened to her to the point where she needs to quit, where she needs to go off. She decided to stay on the team, and we were all... What?
They didn't compete once.
She didn't compete once. She was a varsity alternate because once we all left the JV team or we got removed, they were only 5 girls left of a team that had about 15. We had 42 girls last year. This year we had about 20. On the JV team there was about 14, and all of us left, and there was 5. Those 5 girls never touched a comp mat. My friend was a sophomore and was constantly told and bullied by girls on her team she would never make it. She would never touch a varsity mat, and these freshmen were way better than she was, is what she was told by people who she considered her friends. She only came back to me 2 days ago and told me all that's happened and told me that she loved me and that she was wrong for believing them because cheer season is over. As soon as it was over, she came to me and she hugged me because there was no need for her to be scared anymore. There was no reason for her not to talk to me. These girls who I used to be friends with on the team talk about me in the hallways or to my face, or in classes they'll whisper certain things about me, and I won't let it affect who I am and the person that I chose to become, because what they're saying about me, it hurts because these people I loved and they were my team and they were like a family. But there's a certain level where someone just falls behind. You be a better person, and they don't realize who they've become. I really do believe that Melissa Robinson is impacting how these kids choose to go about their lives and choose to become as a person. And if she's our leader and she's the person in charge, she's a person you should look up to. Our coaches are someone we should love and we should care about, and we should never be scared about telling them if we're hurt or if we're feeling sad. They should be someone to comfort us. And when I had Coach Amber as my coach, I felt that she loved me. But when I went up to the high school, it felt as if, because my mother coached, I was hurt more than the rest of them. But that never happened to anyone that she was related to, just because she had some strong feelings about my mom. She had strong feelings about me, too. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? No? Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for listening to us. Thank you.
The next item on the agenda is response to comments from citizens. Any board members have any comments?
This is Rebecca Gelini, and I had asked to speak.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Hello, everyone. How are you this evening?
Hello?
My name is Rebecca Gelini. I am a teacher at Groton Public Schools. I am also a parent of 2 students, one at the elementary level and one at the high school level. And I'm speaking regarding the agenda item about possibly approving June 12th, 2025 as the graduation date. And I'm curious as to why a Thursday evening was chosen rather than a Friday or Saturday. As someone who has family out of town, I know that it's difficult for someone to make it to a Thursday night graduation as opposed to a Friday night or Saturday morning. And also, many teachers enjoy attending the graduation to support their former students. And it's difficult for teachers to come to a graduation the night before the last day of school, because the last day of school on the calendar is June 13th. So to have graduation the night of the 12th, and then expect everyone other than the seniors who have just graduated to report to school the following day makes it difficult for many people to participate. And so I was just wondering what the rationale was behind proposing a Thursday evening for graduation was.
Thank you. You want to respond?
Rebecca, it's Susan. One of the things that we really wanted to happen this year is to have graduation on the field. If you remember the past 3 years, we've had to bring it into the auditorium, and we never had a rain date. So this year, the 180th day happened to fall on the Thursday, and we felt that we could put that as the proposal with a rain date for Friday. So there was never really talk about Saturday because really in preparing, we can't expect teachers just to be there. You can have it be optional, but, you know, with the school's commitment to having as many teachers as possible, especially from the high school and from around town, because you know how that is, and they circle up. We wanted to make it, you know, available, but also in the chance that it could rain again, we were really hoping to have it on the field, one way or the other.
I wholeheartedly support an outdoor graduation. I think that's an amazing experience for everyone. My only concern, well, a couple of concerns, like I said, for anyone having family coming from out of town, a Thursday is a very difficult time. Somebody would have to possibly take off a Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, as opposed to if it's on a Friday evening, they could take off maybe Friday for travel and then stay through the weekend. Is there any consideration for having it planned for Friday and then the rain date on Saturday?
That could be a possibility when we get to that item on the agenda.
Thank you. Just, again, it's very difficult for teachers to then prepare for the last day of school after being out pretty much all evening, because it would be almost directly after school until probably 8:30 or so in the evening.
I understand. Thank you. Anyone else? Any board members would like to respond to comments from citizens? Ian, I see you're pulling up your mic. Jen, go ahead. Ian's yelling to you.
Well, okay, I'll go. I just want to thank everyone for coming out tonight. I know it's a difficult subject to speak about. There's a lot to look into here, so I'm definitely looking forward to working with the superintendent and the administration, and as far as like to figure out what the situation is and what's been done about it and what can be done about it and ways to move forward in a positive way, because you know, my personal belief is, you know, that we're here to develop the characteristics of good human beings, and whether or not trophies are involved, that is, a side note. Exactly.
They're all used to do it. They won all the years they were in. They're talented.
They were the best youth squad we had.
Ever. All the 8 years that I coached down there, right?
Yeah.
We won every single time we won.
Yeah.
So yes, you win and be good. They were great. But thank you.
I just want to mention it because none of us mentioned it, and I'm not sure if everybody's aware, but there was a petition started, and there's
471 signatures, not including mine, which would be 470.
Two.
Two?
470.
No. Mine and 470 others.
Got it. All right.
I did the same thing. I was like, two.
Jennifer.
And they're all speaking out that this coach should go.
A lot of them are former teammates, former coaches.
Over 50, I think 53 of whom are former cheerleaders.
That we identified. There's
And 13 coaches.
Hold your message for a second, okay? Thank you. Go ahead, Jen.
So I want to, first of all, thank everyone coming out, especially the young ladies, young women, right? Because if we don't know about it, we can't do anything. So thank you for speaking up, right? First of all, I want to say is that don't let other people's opinions of you determine who you are, because you determine who you are. The minute you relinquish that control is the minute that they own you, and you are bright women that I've seen, like from sharing. So you own that, right? Don't let anyone bully you. Don't let anything happen. So this is one of those first steps that you're making, is like you speak up and you share what's happening, right? So thank you for that. And hopefully, you walk away with something. We are definitely, hopefully, working with Susan and Anne Marie to look, and probably Mark Romano, to see what's going on, and that's the only thing I can say. So thank you for bringing it to our attention.
Matt?
Thank you very much. It is very hard to remain this passionate in a presentation with so many people, with so many dimensions. I watched Susan as she was carefully taking copious notes as various points were asserted. I thank you for that, Susan. If a half, if a third, if a quarter, or even 10% of the allegations have any basis in truth, and I don't know what truth is because I'm sitting on the other side of the table. I'm going to stay neutral on truth until we find that out. If there's any basis in truth, we have a far larger problem than the question of coaching. So I'll ask you to tell me when the appropriate time might be, because at some point I want to ask for a suspension of the rules, so I may make a motion asking the superintendent to personally conduct or to hire an outside source to conduct a thorough investigation both into the cheering coaching and handwriting, and even more importantly, into the internal reporting process at all levels, and the fact and the maintenance of Title IX requirements, which leaves the school district, should any of this be true, very vulnerable. So you could tell me when the appropriate time is there to ask for that motion.
Okay, I will.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Jay?
Yes, good evening. I know it took an enormous amount of courage for you to come forward this evening and share this information with the board and with everyone who is watching and will be watching. And so thank you for showing that courage, and I wish you all the best going forward. You have all of your lives ahead of you, and I know you'll thrive. And if anyone tries to tear you down, as others have said, just rise above that. But thank you for bringing this to our attention.
Andrea, Dr. Ackerman?
You're muted, Andrea.
Thank you, I'm sorry. I just want to say that what you've brought to us is stunning, and your courage is breathtaking. And the question I have for everyone else is, why are we learning of this in this manner?
You're not.
Shouldn't have had to come to this.
Started over. Yes. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And I want to assure you that this won't be.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else want to say anything?
Yeah, I just wanted to thank you also for coming out and speaking. I mean, this is the only way the board finds out about things is if people tell us, and we hear it from the administration side, but to hear it from the students and the parents, we really do appreciate this, and we heard what you said. So thank you.
I do believe that they don't tell you everything. She had a severe injury, literally ruined her college scholarship. She had a full ride. Now I owe money. And it took them over a year to even file her accident report with the Board of Ed. The coaches and Romano did not even file her accident report. She had an $80,000 surgery.
Oh, they also said I didn't make contact with the ground, so I don't know how I would injure myself if I didn't make contact with the ground. That's what the injury report said, that I did not make contact with the person.
The school knew all about all of it.
Because the cheerleading people, excuse me saying people, are here, I will ask Matthew to make his motion now so they can hear the discussion that we're going to have and how we're going to vote.
One quick question before we get into I just want to know, when was the first incident first reported?
For her?
In general, like, I guess,
Which one?
you out of the whole group, I guess, like, when was the first, like, incident of, like, something not being responded to
The first incident not being responded to?
in a satisfactory manner, in your opinion?
Oh, October 17th, I believe, of 2023.
Okay.
We had a meeting. Immediately after the meeting, she goes to practice, is made to do unsafe conditioning, shreds her elbow, and they never even, so she went straight to the hospital from there, put in a brace. Mind you, this is after just being cleared 2 weeks prior for fracturing her growth plate in her collarbone from catching a stunt, and wasn't allowed to walk away from the stunt saying she was hurt. I had to take her to the emergency room after that. So once she healed from that, then 2 weeks later, we have a meeting about all of that. Immediately after the meeting, she's made to do that. She gets hurt. And then it took almost a year for her surgery.
Okay.
So
Thank you for that.
they didn't report it.
And I imagine all these emergency room visits and other communications were documented in some fashion.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Mhm.
Oh, yeah.
Can I ask
I'm
you-
just, you know,
Yep.
We'll carry you with it.
Can I ask you, was the athletic trainer involved in this? Would she have records of this?
Can we?
She misdiagnosed.
She has misdiagnosed every single one of my children. She also kept her from competing. After she came back from an injury, she had to tumble. Amara made her do standing back tucks. I don't know if you know what that is.
I do. My daughter was a cheerleader.
So
Two of them were.
the hardest on your feet angles to land. She didn't even do it in the routine. Made her do it. Refused to spot her first. Videotaped it. Sent it to Bethany. Bethany said, the athletic trainer said, "Oh, she's favoring her side. She can't compete." Funny because her doctor said that she was cleared, but Bethany said that she wasn't. She has misdiagnosed every single one of my kids. My son's concussion. I had custody of a kid who literally chipped his knee. She said, "Walk it off."
They all have to go to the athletic trainer to get approved to come back to practice. And
Yeah, even if they're doctor, and
Yeah.
she is 100% incompetent. Like 100%. Not
depends on how it works.
Depends on what the coach wants is what she'll say.
90% of the time when athletes are injured or hurt at practice, we don't see the athletic trainer. We go based off of what our coach says. We sit out for the rest of practice, and then we either drive ourselves home, or if it's bad enough, our parents can pick us up.
Dean?
I'm supposed to formulate something cordial and understanding and fair. And I will say thank you for coming out and telling us this. But I can think of nothing else to say other than what the hell is going on. And I'm wondering if this is, I'm not looking to, start witch trials or anything, but I can't leave this room tonight without wondering, is this only one example of something that might be very wrong with our athletic program? I'll put it just that way. What is going on? I mean, I can understand where people have coaches that are not their favorites, or the coaches aren't the best, or they could be better. This is heinous. It sounds heinous. This is not, I'm not getting along with my coach. So,
There's tough love and then there's abuse.
well, right, exactly. And so I'm not certain how to look into this. I keep coming back in my mind to, is there something like an audit? How do we know our program, all of the programs, not just cheer, how do we know that they're functioning the way they're supposed to? How do we know that, are there standards? I expect there are. Are they being met? How do we know they're being met? Because frankly, we hire professionals, and we trust that the professionals are doing their job. I just don't want to hear this again. But I have to find out what the hell is going on here. That's I've said enough.
No, I was going to say,
Okay.
now's a good time.
Thank you for your permission. You want to make the motion to suspend the rules?
Not to step on Matthew's toes, but sure, yeah, I'll make a motion to suspend the rules so we can discuss this matter in greater detail.
Second.
Okay. All right, Matthew, you're on. You want to make your motion?
Oh, we have to vote on the suspension of the rules.
My bad.
Actually, I'd like to, that's a discussable motion, right?
Whether or not to suspend the rules, I believe you can debate that.
Yeah. So why are we suspending the rules? Because it's out of the agenda order? Not
It's not even on the agenda.
Okay. What are our powers in this? Like, what are we just discussing? Or are we trying to do something? So I'd like to know exactly what we're suspending the rules for.
So Matthew, so we can add the motion to the agenda.
Right, but he wants to know what this motion's going to be. I expect Matthew's got a motion.
Matthew could tell you.
So right now we're just suspending the rules to hear Matthew's.
Maybe I should.
Motion, if it was seconded, then it would be discussed.
Okay, go ahead, Matthew. Well, we have to make a motion to add it to the agenda.
All right, so maybe Matthew should make the motion because he can make the motion with his explanation attached to it.
Okay.
And that way that would satisfy your concern.
Well, maybe not, but I don't know what we're suspending the rules exactly for.
Well,
if it's for a discussion, I'm
He's
fine
got the
with that.
details. He listed it out, so I'm going to withdraw my motion.
Okay.
So that Matthew can give.
We're driving Joan crazy, you know that.
Go ahead, Matthew. Well, we have to do something.
I would like to move to suspend the rules so that I may, we have to vote on the suspension of the rules first, I suppose. So I'll put it all together, but I may ask for suspension of the rules to allow an additional item on the agenda that would consist of a motion to address the information we received today. My comment, that's the end of the motion. My comment is that if that motion to suspend the rules is affirmed, I would like to make a motion as a point of departure for discussion and would be glad to receive improvements from my colleagues.
All right,
I make a motion to suspend if there's a second.
I'll second Matthew's motion.
Dean seconded. All those,
So I'd like to discuss it now that it's a motion. We're suspending the rules because it's not in the agenda.
right.
My question is, if it had been in the agenda, like if something came up, we had to plan for this. I mean, we did receive these letters a while ago. Would there be a committee that it should go through first before coming to us? Usually most things go to committee. Not everything, but most things we vote on do. So.
Dean?
Well, we could, when we entertain whatever's we're going to entertain, we could make a referral to a committee, either a standing committee or an ad hoc committee, if we thought that was appropriate.
And this has been under investigation. And it is a personnel matter. So I'm just saying that, there is more information.
Yeah. So actually, that is my concern, that by us entering into discussion, if this is under investigation, if formal complaints, I think they have, probably I can infer they've been lodged, then we're, as a board, we might be the ones hearing that. And then now we're going to discuss it tonight, having heard a compelling one side of the story. I'm concerned what our ensuing discussion will do for us to be able to, be a neutral body later in the process. So I'm going to vote against suspending the rules. I always do anyway, on principle, but I do have grave concerns about what the ensuing discussion might do to, although well-intentioned, might do to the efficacy of the actual process that needs to be followed.
I understand what you're saying, but I think Matthew's motion isn't so much to discuss it, it's to direct the administration to do something.
And that
we are.
That in and of itself is sort of like making a ruling. But anyway, so those are my comments. So I'll vote against suspending the rules.
This is just discussion because I don't really know what's right or where to go. If this is under investigation and it's a personnel issue, let's maybe as a board don't touch that, but we can make a motion to investigate, as Dean mentioned, what's going on with the athletics program in general.
Well, and I can certainly add the testimony today and have further investigation, to really make sure that all these girls have been heard from.
Mm-hmm, definitely. So,
Ian and then Dean.
I definitely can understand Mike's concerns, and if there is a current investigation underway, there are concerns that we have to be mindful of. However, maybe one way we could go with this is as far as just review what the procedures are in a situation like this in general, as far as when complaints are filed, what sort of timeline can people expect for a turnaround, and then also explain that we have sort of a dual purpose here as a Board of Education, that we're one community representatives receiving this information, but we're also the board that could adjudicate a finding. So we sort of have to maintain some level of objectivity, in order to be able to have that hearing when the time comes. So I'd be curious to just know, it'd be good to review that as a discussion point, just to kind of get everyone up to speed on what the process is, so you have reasonable expectations. And then also, where are we in that process, timeline-wise, I guess. And
So I know that we have brought in the Title IX director.
Hold on a second. That would be my goal with the suspending the rules in order to have this discussion. Would be to frame that discussion in that way, so that we could inform the public as to what the procedure is, the roles and responsibilities of all the players, and then just say what's a reasonable estimation as to the investigation coming to some sort of conclusion. So that would be so I'd be in favor of suspending the rules with that parameter attached to it.
Okay, that makes sense.
Okay.
Dean?
There are many instances where judges are asked to determine whether there's probable cause, not to determine the merits of the controversy, but just to determine whether there's probable cause, for example, in issuing a warrant for a search or in a prejudgment remedy. No one's adjudicated anything yet, and that does not impugn their impartiality as a jurist. And it's kind of a rough analogy, but I'm going to go with that one. I smell probable cause here to go forward with something, and I cannot leave this room without having taken some action, if it's nothing more than just a request to find out what is going on, what the procedure is going to be. And I'm perfectly sensitive to the fact that when you're talking about personnel and potential discipline, that can be tricky and has to be handled very carefully if you want something to happen that should be happening. So I'm going to obviously support the motion to suspend the rules.
Adrian?
Yeah, I take everyone's points, almost evenly. I do think that we need to have some discussion, but maybe even now, before we have the motion, would it be appropriate to discuss the procedure right now so that we would know how we might want to vote on this motion? Is that a reasonable time to have that discussion?
No, I think you have to have the motion first. And then
Right, we're just...
Something more.
Wait. Hold tight. I just want Adrian to finish his thought.
Yeah, Matthew used the word. I think it was action in the motion, and I would just like a little bit of discussion, not necessarily action, because I want to be careful about how the board, proceeds, and I'm not sure personally.
Well, the first motion is to suspend the rules so we can even talk about it and see what the procedure is. Go ahead, Matthew.
Okay, as I listened to the students and parents talk, I heard three discrete elements. Perhaps I'm mistaken, but I heard three discrete elements. The first element was this case, not an individual instance, but the case as a whole as to what is going on in the cheerleading. The second element that I heard, which Dean articulated, was I'm not sure, I don't want to impugn this to Dean. The second that I heard was the athletic program. Is this just limited to one part of the athletic program? And the third, from my perspective, though, is not articulated.
Matthew, can I ask you a quick question?
Yeah.
What you're saying, does it have to do with suspending the rules, or does it have to...
It does, because the motion I would make would try if we suspend the rules, the motion that I would make, if I'm allowed to make one, would be to suggest a path to look at all three things.
Okay, all right, hold tight. Matthew, let's just stick with suspending the rules first, and then you can get on with your... Okay, no, you can say something, but let's just do...
I have nothing more to say.
All those... You want to take a vote for suspending the rules? You ready? All those in favor to suspend the rules, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Andrea, are you in favor of suspending the rules?
No, I said aye.
Aye.
Yes, aye.
Is Jay? Jay, you there?
Yes, aye.
Aye.
I'm opposed.
Opposed. Abstentions? So it passes 8-1.
That's two-thirds.
Two-thirds, okay. All right, Matthew. Go ahead, Matthew, with what you're saying.
I'm going to make a motion. I move that we ask the superintendent to personally conduct and supervise, or to hire an outside source to conduct an thorough investigation, both of the situation within the cheering and coaching, a further look-see in a review of whether or not this is an isolated incident or whether there are other incidents elsewhere in the athletic program, and to look into the internal reporting process that's gone on over the last period of time at all levels, including the maintenance and oversight for our Title IX requirements. I hope I went slowly enough for you, Joe.
All right. Well, you have it written down, don't you?
I do.
Okay, you can email it to Joyce, and then she'll get it to Joan.
Joan, do you want me to send it?
Send it to Joyce, and then she can get it to Joan. Okay? Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second, Thomas.
Second, Ian? All right, discussion.
I'd be in favor of such an action, but I would definitely be more inclined to look at hiring an outside independent investigator to work in conjunction with the administration, just for the sake of objectivity. It is, we are a small school, relatively speaking. However, before we, take a vote on that, I think it would be a good opportunity to do that brief review of overall, like, what our current policies and procedures are in situations like this, as far as complaints being filed, being reviewed by, supervisors and all the way up to the superintendent, and then, like, how those complaints are adjudicated by the board if they should rise to that level. So, would you feel comfortable doing a brief synopsis
I can
of
do
that?
a brief synopsis. I know that when it was brought to my attention, I immediately called the principal, and he involved his assistant principals as well in the investigation with the athletic director. So I know they met with students individually, I think in groups, and with parents. I also asked Denise Doolittle, who's our Title IX coordinator, to also be involved and to work with the administration in gathering the information. I don't know that she actually did do any of the interviews, so I have to find out about that. And I was just waiting for them to meet again to kind of review their findings so far. But now with this other material, I think it has to be more thoroughly done, and all of these voices have to be added to this. And I'd be happy for me to take it on myself right now would be, an enormous, and I'm really too close to this situation, so I agree that it should probably be an outside, along with our Title IX coordinator, who does an amazing job and is very thorough. And it sometimes will involve legal entities as well.
So just a quick follow-up question on those things. So when a complaint is filed by a student or a parent, typically that complaint, I imagine, is given to, like, the immediate supervisor of the coach. What duty to report is there on that supervisor to send it up the chain, to have other people look at it and help
Well, I was immediately
address the concern?
by the parents, too. So I was aware of the situation and was, involved in it. Not the meetings necessarily, but, getting some of the input.
Well, I don't want to speak of the specifics of this case.
Right.
Like, I'd rather just focus on procedurally. Like, incident occurs, a complaint is filed with the coach and the athletic director, and then what happens then? Is there a duty to report beyond the athletic director into the higher administration? And then is there
absolutely.
a process of, like...
They were, yes, to report to the principals, the assistant principals, and to me, and to the Title IX coordinator.
And is there a procedure for documenting those
It's all
communications?
documented, yes.
Okay.
And a report will come out. It has to be a written report when it's finished.
All right, and typically, like, from, like, one complaint to some level of adjudication, what's the average turnaround time?
Well, this one has been a few months, so it depends on the case and the number of people that you're interviewing and the number of people that have come forward. So it all, is dependent on that.
Okay. That's all I got for
Some
now.
head shaking over there.
Yeah. I never got a response from Romano nor from Susan Austin. And I kept my mouth shut. And I didn't say anything. I let these kids continue their season, to continue to win, because they are champions and they deserve that as their senior year. But you never responded to me.
Well,
my child was bullied.
I
Until social
forwarded
media,
it to...
until my child was no longer safe in your school. That's when you responded to me. That is wrong. As a parent, as someone who works for your school system and has given everything, I felt completely slighted. There was no method or nothing.
Well, so I had forwarded it to the people who were in charge of running the investigation. So where it happened after that, I can't say. But you will definitely have you come to the table to express
I've
yourself.
been waiting, and my daughter has asked to have a conversation with Romano as well, and he has not.
My email was first sent late December.
December 20-something it was.
We'll figure all this out. We'll figure this out. We'll figure it out.
But it was a very disheartening, I wish the protocol was just a little bit faster, maybe even just a quick, very even informal response that just said, we're looking into it, we'll get back to you, not, you know what, you're not heard, we didn't hear you, your kid doesn't mean anything, you don't mean anything, thanks for nothing. And then the updates from what we're hearing in the school systems is not the updates we're getting from the administrators. And so it is a circle of telephone, of a game of telephone. There's a lot,
We'll figure it out. Dean, I don't mean to cut you off.
No, I just haven't had time to speak.
Go ahead, Dean.
So among the many things that we've heard, there were a number of expressions of the same problem, which is wanted to say something, felt I couldn't, not because they're not being heard, but people were afraid of repercussions. And this is a common problem in many organizations. That's why you see ombudsmen and things like that. So where can you go to say, I have a problem, where you feel safe in expressing that? I've been a parent too. I've had 3 kids through the school system, and there have been, over the course of however many years my kids went to school here, K through 12, there have been a couple of times when I thought, but my kids are still in school, so maybe I should just, be quiet. It's not serious enough. Let's just, we let it go. I think we've all kind of been there because the school is comprised of hundreds of people. Just employees, never mind the volunteers, never mind other students. And so how can you say that everybody's going to be pure as the driven snow when it comes to treating what they've heard very fairly and not holding it against somebody? As it is, my kids will, have had this experience of some teachers, just some teachers, have said, oh, you're so-and-so's brother. As though somehow problems a teacher had with one kid, the apple doesn't fall too far from the tree. This is human nature. So there's a tendency to just keep your mouth shut, don't say anything, don't rock the boat. And that's fine with petty, small things. But when you have something really serious, especially when it's serious, and you're thinking, is anybody going to believe me? Is anybody else out there? And you feel like maybe you're the only one who's making a complaint. What's it going to sound like? Where can you go other than the traditional chain of command? Because it's easy to say, well, the parent will call the coach, and the coach will address, and the coach will pass it up to the athletic director, et cetera. If I was a parent, I would wonder if my kid made a complaint or if I made a complaint. Somehow, magically, my kid winds up being benched. And I'll never be able to prove that it had nothing to do with the fact that I complained about something that I heard about. My kid came home in tears or whatever it was. Excuse me. I don't know. I'm going to doubt that we have a system like that. That's basically a parallel system to the normal process. I would have the same concern if you have, for any employees in the system, where could they go to say, you know what, I don't want to jeopardize my job, but I do have a complaint, where can I go? To father confessor or whomever, an ombudsman, something like that. That's a concern that I have. It's all well and good to say, well, we have a procedure where complaints are supposed to go up and down the chain of command. I think there also needs to be, because of the nature of some of these complaints especially, there needs to be some other procedure, some other resource people go to that can be trusted. I don't know if such an animal can be designed, but I know organizations have attempted to do that. Where can you go to safely say, I have a problem here? And, by the way, I'm not being listened to. End of comment for now.
Okay, any other discussion? Mike?
Yeah. So, looking through our board policies, the one that this situation seems to run up against exactly, I think, and others that have read the policy can correct me if I'm wrong, but there's policy 1312.3, resolution of complaints about employees. And it's pretty short, so I'll read it. The Groton Board of Education encourages parents and other Groton citizens to express their concerns, to make suggestions, and take an active interest in the school's educational program and school environment by attending board meetings, visiting the schools, and meeting with teachers. The Groton Board of Education further welcomes constructive criticism of the schools. It is a policy of the Board of Education that all complaints about employees be considered. The superintendent of schools shall establish procedures for effectively settling complaints concerning personnel. Guidelines established by the superintendent of schools will incorporate resolving each complaint at the lowest appropriate level with minimum delay, while providing for referral to the Board of Education. So that's exactly, in my mind, that's exactly the situation we're talking about here. And to me, it seems like the process, the superintendent is engaged in this process of addressing the complaints. And then our role as Board of Education is listening and responding as we have. And then also, if this last part about providing for referral to the Board of Education, my understanding is that referral would come from the superintendent. And so that's my question. Is this problem at this point being referred to the Board of Education by the superintendent? And then also I do want to say that so that's my question. I do want to say this is fundamentally complaints about employees. And so my second part is I really emphasize I urge us, before we vote on a resolution, we should ask our legal counsel what we should be doing.
It should have been an executive session.
Well, we can't even. We should have that we can't even have an executive session if it's not an agenda item.
Yeah.
But so my question, I just make it my first question: are you referring this to us, the Board of Education, at this point?
Well, I'd like to take the directive to really do a thorough job to make sure what has been found yet is also considering these other, testimonies.
Yeah.
I think that's Matthew's. Well, not to refer to us, that to refer to Susan to do an investigation.
So we as a board, so it's not been referred to us yet, by the superintendent. We as a board, by voting on this motion, it was quite a sweeping motion because it goes beyond just this a particular situation. It talks about our Title IX, and then other incidents throughout the athletic program. That'd be a lengthy investigation. But even if we just take it in this specific situation, we would be making a motion to have the superintendent conduct an investigation, which the superintendent is already doing. We're not accomplishing anything with that in particular, but I am very concerned that we, by doing this, are, launching an investigation against employees as the board, not letting it come up through the superintendent first. And that really, in my mind, means that we wouldn't be able to hear resolve this if it comes to the highest level. And we don't have the employees here.
Mike, are you saying that we can't refer this to the superintendent?
Well, they should refer.
Portia, please. I'll adjourn the meeting and we'll be done. Okay? So go ahead.
All I'm saying is, according to this policy, the last part is, so I'll just read the last sentence. Guidelines established by superintendent schools will incorporate resolving each complaint at the lowest appropriate level with minimum delay, while providing for referral to the Board of Education. It hasn't been referred to us by the superintendent. So.
Let me go to Matthew and then to you. Sure. Go ahead, Matthew.
First of all, I thank Mike for his analysis, and I do follow your logic. Let me offer not an alternative reality, but another logical way of approaching it. My understanding is that the investigation that's going on is an investigation as to the veracity of the assertions made by the complainants. The motion you have before you asks the superintendent, at least is intended to ask the superintendent, to go beyond that mission, to look to see if parallel situations are existent in any other of the sports, because our goal is educating young men and women rather than winning trophies, so I'm all for winning trophies. And thirdly, based on some of the assertions of the process, of the time it's taken, the feedback process, the acknowledgement, that we need to look at this process. This process is internal in terms of administration, and I can take out the part about Title IX requirements. I think that's embedded in the process, because if we're doing the process right, Title IX will automatically be done. So
Absolutely.
So if whoever seconded it, my motion, if you're comfortable with my removing the reference to Title IX, I would do so.
As a person who seconded, I'd be fine with whatever amendments you see fit at this time.
Okay, so we'll remove. I'll have to rewrite it, or take out that part about Title IX. And so we're just talking about in the internal reporting process at all levels. And I appreciate Mike's comments very much. But we don't agree to.
Do you want to read that motion, Matthew?
I move that we ask the superintendent to personally conduct or to hire an outside source to conduct a thorough investigation into both the cheering coaching situation and, more importantly, into the internal reporting process at all levels. I don't know that specifically includes what Dean is suggesting, to looking beyond this event. But you can help me, Dean, if you want. I'm just grateful that the board is considering this. Thank you.
All right. Do I have a second?
Second, yep. Thomas.
Go ahead, Ian.
All right. So, just I'm seconding for the sake of discussion, so we can kind of, keep discussing, keep moving this on this item, to keep developing these ideas. First off, I want to thank Dean for bringing up the point that he said about like the idea of an ombudsman. Second, I do appreciate Mike's bringing it back to the policy manual. Which there's two concerns that raises for me. Is one, curious about the regulations that are attached to this policy. I don't see an R document here. I only see the P document. So having the regulations, laid out more cleanly might help alleviate some concerns as far as like timeline, sequence, duties to report. And duties to respond, I guess, also would be another thing that should be considered in the regulations, to acknowledge receipt. The other point is that I'm looking at this policy now. It was created in 1987, and the last time it was revised was 1997. So I think this basically definitely, I would like to refer this policy to the policy committee.
There are other policies, though. Bullying is both in the student handbook and it's also in the personnel. So we have had other investigations.
Or if I could just finish my thought, please. Thank you. So I would like to look at this one in particular because of the overall concerns here as far as like, I'm hearing some frustration about like procedurally like not feeling acknowledged. So, like, maybe there's something that needs to be looked at in there as far as, like, if this occurs, then this response must be, within a certain amount of time. Like, the Freedom of Information Commission requires an acknowledgement of receipt of a request within 96 hours. So, like, I think something parallel, would be worthwhile looking at here. People need to feel like there's some traction, some acknowledgement, whether not adjudicating the case one way or the other, just saying we are looking into it and it's being done, and here's what you can look forward to as the next step. Resolving each complaint at the lowest appropriate level with minimum delay. So, that's also of concern here, because I don't feel, what is minimal delay? Complaints being received, over the past year, 2 years. Apparently, it seems that there's been some things on file. Again, not getting into particulars of this case, but in general, like, what is minimum delay? What is the lowest appropriate level? It'd be good to see these things laid out in a regulation. And it is, the policy clearly, puts this responsibility on the superintendent to establish these procedures. And as we've discussed in policy committee many times, much to my own personal chagrin, the regulation side of things is exclusively reserved for the administration to determine in conjunction with the board, but we are more an advisory position on that, unless you invite us in more specifically. So, for that being the case, I think it's worthy of referral to the policy committee to get this revised. And as far as and I think that is as part of that conversation, we should look at what an ombudsman program might look like for the school district. Given my own work experience, having an ombudsman that exists, in between polar opposite forces, it's good to have someone whose job it is to help facilitate communication in a fair manner. That's all I got for now.
Okay. Anyone else would like to speak on Matthew's motion? Michael.
Yeah. So for me, as it is now, I think Matthew's second part of Matthew's motion, more importantly, the internal reporting process at all levels. Just for clarification, is that just with regard to athletics, or is this the internal reporting process for any complaint leveled against an employee of the Groton Public School System?
I think we lost Matthew. Is he there?
Yeah, I kind of lost. No, he's
Matthew.
there.
I'm sorry
Okay.
about that. I think that's a great question, Mike. In a perfect world, we do the whole thing, but I think if we can start with the athletics, that would be great, and if that proves useful, we can expand it later. I'd view it more narrowly. I'm open to whatever the group wants to do, but it was a great question.
Yeah, so maybe that's something to refine, but I'll leave that to you in a moment. But so the motion breaks apart into two parts. So one, we ask the superintendent personally conduct or outside person to conduct a thorough investigation of the cheer and coaching. That investigation is happening, right? And there will be a written report at the end of this. I would assume, given the level it's already written, we would probably be privy at least to a summary of that. I'm not sure we can get the whole thing. And so that part of the investigation for me is already happening, which makes that first part, it's an affirmative statement, but it's already happening. So I don't know that we need to vote on that. So for that first part, though, I point you all, the Groton Public Schools Board of Education policies and regulations. It's in student handbooks too. But there's the regulation 1312, public complaints regulation. And so that's where you formally submit complaints, which I think you probably have, and in writing. And it does include provisions. For instance, there's a written report comes from that, out of that report, that complaint, which I don't know this part that well. It's quite long, but I think that anyone making complaint has the right to see that. It should be provided with that report, that written complaint, and so I think that let's hope that procedure will be followed to fruition in a timely manner, and then so that's the first part. I think the investigation. We know the investigation's happening. I'd just like to see it come to a fruition, and we've got very helpful additional information. And then the second part. The internal reporting process at all levels, let's say it's just for the athletics, that is squarely something the policy committee, it would be wonderful for the policy committee to take up and, more or less right away. So for me, I would be supportive, very supportive. I don't even need to support that really. You could just refer it as the board chair, and have the policy committee take up that issue, because it's quite codified, right? These procedures are some of the most legalistic procedures that the school system has, complaint procedures. And there's a lot of regulations that the school system has and follows. As the board, or as the policy committee first, it would be good to get an overview, a detailed overview of that in the committee first, or we could do it at committee of the whole. I'd welcome that. And then, having been spun up on that, are there changes that need to be made? Like, and having that go through the policy, because this is from what I've heard and read, this is a case that points out raises some red flags for me, or raises definitely concerns for many of us. However, we want a policy to umbrella all situations that might be happening and haven't been brought up, right? And so having that longer view, and if this policy hasn't been looked at, that particular one, since was it the 90s?
The policy was 87 and 97. I see the regulation side, though.
Good times back then.
The regulation side was most recently updated in 2006.
But there are other policies that would coordinate, like the bullying policy is more recently, and the procedures are very similar.
Yeah, for sure, because this kind of complaints work their way through a lot of the regulations.
Mike, are you saying because the superintendent is already investigating this situation, we don't need to have this motion?
Not the first part.
Not the first part.
Yeah.
But the second part of the motion, are you saying that we can just refer to the policy committee to come up with a policy?
To first, because we want to hear about the internal reporting process with this motion, right? And then make changes if needed, right? I feel like that's the perfect role for the policy committee, and then if we need committee of the whole, that's great too. And then it comes to the board, so that we get it, we make positive change for the future. That the investigation handles appropriately in a timely manner this situation, and that the policy committee start the process of making us better able to respond if we're not doing a good enough job already for other situations. So I'm not going to. I'm in support of the investigation, and I'm in support of the review. I don't think we need the motion, so I'm not going to vote for that. So
understand.
Yeah.
All right. I want to thank Mike for pointing out that the regulation was actually just under 1312 plain, not 1312.3, where it talks about employees. So, I guess so trying to square this regulation up with, I guess the concerns that I've heard have to do with the fact that it seems like people don't feel like something stalled out in the process. Like some of these complaints were filed a while ago, and that there were some meetings and that...
They were directed to do at the school level because they needed to be heard there.
Right, but even then, there's these reporting processes that are supposed to happen along the way where the complainants are brought to the table. And then, if they're not satisfied with that, then it advances. And that ultimately ends with a board hearing on the matter. So...
Ian, can I just Can I just interrupt you for a minute? Does that have to do with your discussion? Does that have to do with this motion?
Yes, it does. Okay. And so I do find myself drifting towards Mike's position of, I feel like it has, the problem is not the fact that there's not an investigation happening, it's just that something has not gone well with the process, or is not in a timely manner, and not in a way that's satisfactory to the complainants. Right. And in fact, if the complainants are not satisfied, then that complaint should be advanced to the next level as far as, moving towards a board hearing. So I guess I would want to get some sort of interim report on the situation as far as, where are we on that timeline? Is if the investigation... I mean, some of these complaints sound like they date back a couple years. So,
weren't brought to my
again, but the internal regulation procedures is supposed to go to building principals, and there's supposed to be a sit-down meeting and then a report filed based on that and what, the complainant's response was to that. So I guess I would like to see those documentations that relate to these cases, leading up to this, that have, obviously left...
Part of the investigation.
Okay.
Well, right now we're kind of, I don't know, there's a lot of individual complaints, so, we need some clarity on that. Long story short, in regards to the motion, we need to hasten the process up, but it sounds like there's investigation already underway. We just need to bring that to some fruition.
Okay. Matthew, and then Mike again. Go ahead, Matthew.
The investigation that is underway, I'm going to make an assertion. Susan, if my assertion is incorrect, please correct me. The investigation underway is to investigate the veracity of the claims. I would like to see this investigation not only do that, but look at the fact that as best I heard, 2 years, a year and a half, maybe over 2 years, somewhere between 18 months and 2 years plus, this has been bubbling along. And we need to know, I'm not interested in who, and I'm not interested in punishing anybody, but I want to know what's gone wrong with the system to let this drag on for so long, because it is a dysfunctional system. We want to know how we can make it functional going forward. We need to rectify the problem, which is the investigation cheerleader, and we need to investigate the process as to what we need to go forward. We're going to break down so we know where to move forward. The other part is that I heard Susan say that she has so much to do that she would almost welcome it being done by an outside person. And so that's an important component of the proposal. And finally, so this strays from the motion, but I'll say it quickly. The idea of an ombudsman, I think if it's something that we're interested in, Susan can check with CAPS, policy can check with CABES to find out if such a program exists in other schools and bring that back to the board at CAPS.
Okay. Thank you, Matthew. Jen, Mike, can I let Jen go before you, because she hasn't spoken yet?
Oh, of course.
Okay, go ahead, Jen.
Thanks, Mike.
And then
we're going
let's try to wrap this up because it's getting late, okay?
Okay, yeah, and I know, and then
we got
poor
Chad
there.
Ernie,
Twice now we owe you.
We got the more student rep. Okay? So let's try to wrap this up.
My, and I don't know how this plays into Matthew's thing. I want to understand hiring practices and the licensing that's involved, whether somebody needs it on set or they have the ability to get it within X amount of time frame, because and this is related to this case, but I don't know how it will impact other aspects of our athletic programs. I don't want someone in a position where they're not licensed or certified working with our students, and that's just my opinion.
Maybe that's something you can give us in board
give that
notes.
in board notes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great, thank you.
Okay, Mike.
I'll make it very short. This might be helpful. I'm just reading a sentence from, and I encourage you, the regulation, 1312 Public Complaints Regulation. It's the process. Bullet point number 5, the superintendent will review the complaint and make a decision. If it appears necessary, the superintendent, comma, the person who made the complaint, comma, or the employee involved may request a hearing by the board for further study and decision by this body. I think in this particular situation, that would be the quickest way to get it to the board, maybe the only way to get it to the board, through following that process. So if the superintendent can do that, the people who make the complaint, or the employee or employees involved can do that.
Okay. All right.
So,
How do they do that?
It's after the superintendent reviews the complaint and makes a decision.
Okay, so it's after the superintendent makes a complaint and looks at the complaint.
Looks at the complaint
and makes a
investigation.
decision.
Right. So we're just waiting for her to refer it.
Well, to make a decision.
And then I would
Yeah.
share the decision
with you. Then if you don't like the decision, you can ask the board for a hearing.
Okay.
Okay?
Sorry, we don't know the rules. That's what we're trying to figure out.
All right.
This was kind of an informal hearing.
All right. I'm going to lean with Mike on this, that since the superintendent is already investigating, and I don't know when you're going to wrap up that investigation,
You
but I
won't
hope
be at
it's...
the high school tomorrow.
Okay, but I hope this is sooner than later.
Yes.
I mean, I hear you saying you're going to be at the high school, but if they've been waiting over a month or
I
since
just want the
December,
Title IX
4
investigation.
months, then we need to move along with this, okay? All right. And then to make that referral to policy, Ian, who else is on policy? Jay, Matthew, and make the referral to policy.
Sure.
And Andrea. Yeah, I forgot about you, Andrea. I'm sorry. Okay? That's my position. I'm very sorry for all this, so hopefully we can come to some kind of decision and move forward with this. I don't know if Matthew, if you still want to vote on Matthew's motion, that's fine. I think we should, unless he wants to withdraw the motion. But if not, excuse me?
No, thank you.
What?
Withdraw.
No, thank you, my withdrawal.
You're going to withdraw the motion?
No, no.
No, okay. So all those in favor of Matthew's motion, say aye.
Sorry, point of privilege. Could we just review the motion one more time? Because there's like 2 parts to it.
Okay. I wrote down, I move that we ask the superintendent to conduct and supervise an investigation or hire an outside source to conduct a thorough, or both, to hire a thorough investigation on the cheerleader. Go ahead. You want to read it?
Sure.
Go ahead.
To conduct or hire an outside source to conduct a thorough investigation into both the cheering coaching situation and, more importantly, into internal reporting processes at all levels.
Okay. So we're ready for a vote? Adrian.
So I just want to state before I vote that I have a problem with this just because it seems like it's running up against our policy, and I don't want to vote for something that seems like it skipped what our policy tells us directly, that we kind of have to follow this chain. And that's the only reason. I would love to hear an offer from the superintendent at some point saying that we're going to have the investigation results to you at such and such a time, and this is how it's going to be done. And I think that the superintendent's expected to follow up with board members in a written memorandum or something like that early on. So I think that we can get that. I think that we also have other things. We have a policy right now talking about coach evaluations.
That's right.
And I have been anxiously awaiting this to see if we can put some kind of a climate survey that's done between students and parents that can be taken account in coaching evaluations. So that might be another way that the administration learns about some issues before it becomes, a big issue. So I think that we shouldn't forget about that we do have something in this policy. I think it already went through a first read, so this is something that can happen soon, that we can do. But I'm kind of going back to where Mike was, that when you suspend the rules, you don't have enough time to think about things, and I think that we really need to think about things as a board, to not skip a policy, do something incorrect, and then end up trying to fix it later, that we kind of just not do it all at once and listen to the results. So.
Okay, let's vote. Let's vote, Ian. I think we said enough.
Clarification for Susan.
Go ahead.
Susan, I understood you two have said that you would welcome an outside leadership on conducting this investigation because you were very close to the situation. Is that something you would embrace?
Yes, I would. But I do want to get the results so far of what's happened, especially with the Title IX component. So at least to give you some information that we have so far.
Thank you.
And then we'll see, that might help determine if we need something beyond that.
So, just to clarify, you're saying you're going to bring in an outside investigator? Or
Well, I'm
what?
saying, I think we need to find out with the investigation added this and the Title IX response first, because that's really underway, and that's close to coming, except that I want this in it, too.
Right. Okay,
want
so
to add this.
I guess my question was going to be like, how soon can we expect that to come to a conclusion, like given this filed in, getting the Title IX response, get that to a report to us to review, and or for you to come to a
I
decision?
can give you a better answer once I've talked to the team that has worked on this so far, and the Title IX director.
Okay.
And
I
that
just
decision
can't give
goes to the
I have to
complainant,
see.
too.
Right. So,
And the personnel.
yeah, I think
When will you talk to the Title IX director?
I can talk to her tomorrow.
Okay.
all right, minimal delay, right?
So by the end of
Yeah,
the week.
I'll
Right.
talk to all of them tomorrow.
And I just wanted to note that, yeah, the coach evaluation thing has been in policy and been kind of stuck there for a little bit, because it came up before, but we actually were not able to get the athletic director to the committee meeting to answer some of the questions. So that should, we need to ensure that he will attend and that we can get this resolved, because that evaluation policy was up in November or December last year, I think.
Wow.
I remember seeing it come across our desks, and then we had to suspend it because of non-attendance.
There was a song with a refrain that went something like, Quando, 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 Quando.
Dean.
I'm out of order, I
Can we just
know.
move on and vote on Matthew's policy? He doesn't
I just-
want
It's your discretion.
to. Okay,
I just-
I'm not gonna entertain anything else. I'm gonna make a vote and then gonna try to move on.
I don't want to entertain, but okay.
Okay, Matthew, you're not rescinding your motion, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so all those in favor of Matthew's motion, say aye.
Aye.
No, you can't vote. This-
I can't even vote.
Okay, oppose?
Aye.
Three. Abstentions?
I'm going to abstain.
Okay, so the motion fails. Okay, so,
Do we know the numbers? I don't know.
yeah, one, right, he voted for it, Dean voted for it.
Yes.
That's two.
Three, who?
So that's
Oh,
two,
wait.
Matthew and him, right?
Who?
Didn't Matthew vote?
Matthew, Dean.
Voted for it.
Oh, yeah, Matthew voted for it.
I voted for it.
You voted for it? Okay, three. What about you, Jay? Jay? Okay, and
It's an abstention then.
how many oppose? I oppose, so three oppose, and two abstentions. So it still fails, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, ties fail.
So what we did is we're just asking the superintendent to give us the report at the end of the week. We want an interim report by the end of the week. We referred on the other part to policy. You're on policy, so I'm letting you take care of that, because you're here in person. And if you don't get a response and you want to have a hearing, just ask the board. I don't know the procedure for asking for a hearing with the board. Go through
That's
this.
our problem. We don't know what to do.
So
Romano doesn't do anything. We don't know.
Everything hinges
the
on, the
superintendent.
superintendent has to come to a decision, and then the decision has to be appealed.
All right. Or contact a board member, and then we'll contact the
Thank you,
superintendent.
and honestly, that is how we got this through, was we got through to a board member, through to another, and through to more. And
Okay.
thank you for the board that is here and everybody, and for listening to us. We wasted, it seems like a lot of your time at this point, because we've now run in circles. These children are gonna go home discouraged.
Meanwhile,
They're like-
their high school
And
days
she's
are
known about
passing
this,
them
and
by.
now she gets to choose how this gets to play out, but she's known about this for 3 months, and it hasn't happened. And that's very sad for these kids to leave this room.
Well, you'll get a report too. So if you don't like what the report says, please
There's a
come
lot
back.
more people that we could have brought here, but we didn't because we wanted to just be
No,
what
no.
we were. The next meeting that we will have more people with us. We'll be more prepared, because obviously, if some of you can understand, and we know that this has to do with legality issues, and you're worried about getting sued and things like that, I think, and
that's the most
I think
concerning
that
thing
that's
about
what's so disgusting about it, is that I know that's what he's saying about how we can't have these policies because she's supposed to be doing something, and that's how this isn't working. But this is how the ring around's gone for us for the entire time, and that's not fair. I am still technically employed by Groton Public Schools, and I don't have any answers as to anything. Nobody will talk to me.
Right is right and wrong is
And
wrong.
I'm a parent, and I'm hired.
Well.
I'm so confused.
Well, we'll just have to ask the superintendent to do her job and get back to the board.
We had a meeting with the principal. We gave him all of that. Was that given to you?
What was the response?
Like the 78 pages?
You made it seem like this was new.
You know what? Hold tight, hold tight. I'm going to make a motion to recess, and then you could have your side discussion, and then we can recess.
We gotta get you guys, we know
No,
how
no.
this goes.
We need a recess anyway.
We'll take a recess.
We'll take a recess, okay? Then you can have your discussion. We'll take a 10-minute recess. Sorry, guys.
What about our team reporter?
Who? Oh, well, we're taking a recess.
So even though recording,
Recording stop, Mark.
but even when it stopped, if you're online, you can hear everything.
Okay. Student rep report.
Okay, so there were a couple of
You know what?
events.
Excuse me. I don't know your name. I apologize.
My name's Mahi Patel,
Okay.
and I'm a senior at Fitch.
Oh, you're the Martin Luther King scholar.
She's one of our Martin Luther King scholars.
I
What's our
thought you
Martin
were
Luther
just here last month.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, some events. One at the Mystic Irish Parade yesterday. Yesterday. 3 out of the 5 Colleen members were current Fitch students, including Melanie Fleming, that was just sitting here, along with Marin Lyon and Emma Ford. These girls were chosen based on academic achievement, community service, and their involvement at school and in the Mystic community. The second event was the Girls on the Run program. It's been going on now for a couple of weeks at various elementary schools in the district, and there has been an overwhelming amount of interest to join the program, which is, as a former member myself from Northeast Academy, this is quoted by Melanie. All these girls are going to experience a very uplifting and supportive community through this program. And the third, I mentioned this at the last meeting, but the Fitch Kietz blood drive, we had that a week ago, and we collected 25 pints, which surpassed our goal, which means we saved 75 lives. And the last event was this Wednesday, or it's going to happen. This Wednesday is PSAT and SAT day for underclassmen at Fitch. While the underclassmen take their exams, seniors will be offered college and career preparation information sessions provided by Miss Alumni. And there will be more information on how to interpret your financial aid offers, how to apply for scholarships, and much more. All seniors are being highly encouraged to attend these sessions, while their attendance is still required for Wednesday. I would also like to explain or say to some of the students that are here right now, me and Melanie are student representatives. That basically means we are here as the voice of students at Fitch. And I would really push for the fact that you can use us as a resource. We're not just here to talk about events. We're here to talk about student voices as well. So don't be I don't know if you guys are embarrassed, nervous, shy to talk to us, but please reach out to us, contact us. And we'll bring it forward. We're here once a month at the Board of Ed meetings, and I would really like it if we would have other things to discuss other than events like this. So, yeah.
Any questions for the student rep, for Mahi?
Thank you,
Well,
Mahi,
thank you for
staying
coming,
with
and
us.
thank you for staying late with us.
Appreciate it.
Yeah,
Thank you.
We do appreciate it. Jen?
Are there any fundraisers? Because I know this is the time of the years for fundraisers that we should be aware of so that we can attend and support if we had, for the senior, I remember
Yeah.
spaghetti dinners,
Yeah.
or whatever it may be. So maybe if you want to share it with Susan. So
I like to
we
put
could-
those things in board notes,
Yeah.
too.
So the
Okay.
thing is, for this year, the senior class, it's a little different. The class members, the people that are on the board, like the president and the vice president and the secretary, they don't really discuss with the class. And we haven't been doing much, and we don't have enough money either. So I can't really provide any information because I don't have any information personally. I would really like to provide information, and I would like to do fundraisers, but we don't have the say in that. Yeah.
Push it along. Last year's class earned
Yeah,
$6,000
a lot, and
one
we
spaghetti dinner. So push it
less
along.
than a quarter of that. Yeah.
I think even on a basket raffle, right?
Yes, a basket, whatever it may be, right? Especially
Yeah.
if you guys don't have funding.
We don't have
for it.
anything planned.
Senior prom's coming up pretty soon, class trip, I'm not really sure, but
Yeah.
let us know.
Okay.
Anyone else have any questions or comments? No. Well, thank you for coming, and safe travels home.
Thank you.
You could stay if you want to.
Probably gonna head home now.
Probably a good idea.
Okay. Next is the superintendent's report.
So we are going to have a discussion and a vote for the athletic field project, and I think Ms. Cross is here to just clue us in and tell us what has transpired, and because we had talked about the full project.
Good evening, everyone, again. I won't go through the 2-hour-long presentation like last time, but real quick, the summary. The town council, since I was last here, the town council did take up the issue at one of their meetings, and of the total roughly $56 million project that I presented, the council instructed the town manager to move forward looking into a bond somewhere in the neighborhood of $13 to $15 million to fund effectively just the improvements around the main field at Fitch. So the bleachers, the track, and a new synthetic turf field, which is great to be moving forward. However, it still leaves a lot of things lacking, like the field house, a secondary practice field, a softball field on campus, and then all the other community fields that we've discussed as well. So that is moving forward. I did meet with the town manager last week to go through some of the numbers with him. He's pulling in the finance departments and all that to start working up that bond request. So that's my update since the last time I was here.
Okay. Ian?
I'm not sure. I'm glad to hear there's some interest, and I'm glad to hear that there's some priority attached to the school facilities, but I'm frustrated to hear that it is only limited to just the track sections, because from my understanding of all the work that the task force did and all the work that your firm did, that, it's an integrated plan, and that forgive me, I don't have the numbers on the top of my head, but was it 20 million, or is it the 30? Well, to do everything at the high school, the bleachers, it was 37?
36, 37.
Yeah.
The ball.
Okay. So, and doing just the track and field sections would not address the ADA compliance, would not address the Title IX compliance, would not address the, if that's not enough, I don't know what else we're talking about here, because that's again, we're, 37 million to do it right, and comprehensively. It was just me. It's not so much a question, I guess it's just me stating.
Is the 13 million going to include the bleachers?
Yes.
The bathrooms?
Yeah. Yes to the bathrooms.
The concession
and the
stand?
concessions.
And the track?
And the track and the
football,
field.
okay.
But not the field house.
But not the field house. Yeah.
Right.
How many high schools have field houses? Are there a lot?
Question. Actually, not too many.
Okay.
Fitch is one of the unique ones. There's only maybe a couple within all of the 30-something schools in the ECC. And I think Fitch was probably built because of the distance and the hill from the school. A lot of schools, think of Stonington right next door. The track is 40 feet away from the school. The locker rooms are right inside. There's normally a closer relationship to most schools and their locker rooms. It is a discussion that the athletic director and I did have last week about, the need of the field house. That was a big number within it. And if we're going to go forward with a project that only has a track field and bleachers, do we leave the field house and the liabilities associated with it, or do we demo that and just not have the field house down there to not have those liabilities associated with it as a potential option, or do we look at bringing in almost like a temporary classroom type structure? You can get a more portable structure that's not in that $12 million category of a full-blown field house that still could provide locker rooms. So I think what would probably be helpful back to the council would be what meets your needs as a school facility that we can then go back to them with as do we need to increase the scope a little bit. At the very least, when I talked to the town manager, we did get ADA access up to the parking area. So we've included that at a minimum, that we'd renovate the handicap spaces that are at the top of the hill there, make sure we have an actual accessible route that meets all the requirements down to the bleachers, and then the new bleachers would be accessible as well. So all of that, the accessibility issues would be taken care of as far as the field goes, not necessarily the field house at this point.
What's the liabilities of the field house?
Well, liability, Title IX, number one, because you don't have any female facilities there. ADA, because you have no ability to get up or down the stairs in any fashion whatsoever. And you have a whole lot of building code violations and issues going on in that structure.
I think Ian has something to say.
Yeah, with the bleacher, what's currently on the table now, with the bleacher renovation, does that include the setback into the hill?
That's what we would recommend at this point, yes.
Right.
Yep, that we do the new bleachers back into the hill with a new press box, all one-sided.
And that would give some ADA compliance with the top mount.
We would make
the bottom mount.
Correct. We would make all new. The new bleachers would be fully ADA accessible.
And that would also be possibly compatible with the grand master plan of the lower field, practice field, JV field, and the water main situation. The sewer main, was it water or sewer?
Water.
Water.
Yeah, we would put all of the new, the new field, the new track, the new bleachers in the location where we're currently showing them, so that those future amenities could be built down the hill. We don't impact that water main as part of just that smaller project. The water main's impacted if we do the practice field down the hill.
But having to deal with that would that impact the work that would be done with the $13 million part of the project
No, we can.
in the future?
We can mostly separate them, is what I would say. We had a road that was coming down behind it. Those are the questions: is do we build that road as part of this first phase, or do we wait and build that down the road?
Well, I guess if we're forced to a point, well, this might be a discussion more for the motion, but I don't know. It's just it's tough to but we'd have to move in a very modular fashion with the Grand Master Plan as the ultimate goal to make sure that anything we do now doesn't have to be redone in the future.
Correct.
And we can keep advancing towards the ultimate goal.
Correct.
If we don't.
If that's your ultimate goal.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
If I could just clarify, and I just texted the town manager, responded, bathrooms were not included in that. It was just the field house and just the track, the stadium.
The microphone, push. The microphone. The microphone, push.
It's not on, yeah.
Just to clarify, because we said town council, and I'm here, and I appreciate this privilege. Bathrooms were not included in the amenities. The only thing that was was the stadium, which was the track, the bleachers, and a little bit of the access, possibly. But nothing else was in that 13. The bathrooms were not included in there.
And concession stand? Was that in?
None of that. None of that was in there. It was literally
that's
the
what I had heard.
bleachers, the bleachers.
The track and the field.
Yeah, none of the other extra amenities. I just texted the town manager to confirm, and he confirmed with me the
So,
bathrooms were not included.
I wasn't obviously at that council
So, I
meeting,
just-
but what I can confirm to you is that $13 million number that was used, which was our number, had those facilities in that number. So we might need to clarify.
Can you pull it up for everyone? Because
I didn't know.
I can bring it up.
But
It's not on there.
okay, then my understanding last time I met with him is we were putting those in, trying to get those into it, because otherwise the demolition of everything else means we have no public restrooms.
So if that's a change, then I just want it to be clarified, because that wasn't what was presented to us at our last meeting. So if there's a change now with the numbers, with the possibility that you're going to throw that in as an amenity, that's a good deal, but that was not what was presented originally.
Maybe you could clarify that with the town manager and get back to us. Just let Susan know, and then she can let us know if the bathrooms are included or not.
Bathrooms and concession.
Yeah.
They
You're
were
saying
being
yes, she's saying no, so we don't know.
In our plan, they couldn't remain in their current location as we built the new field, so they would have to go away and be rebuilt.
Right.
So I can work with the town manager and come back to the council and clarify to make sure we get numbers in the right places. Yeah. And we were then, as far as, the reach beyond, the town manager asked us, how far do we need to go to make sure we have ADA access, and it is all the way up the hill to the parking lot. So we're now working on revised numbers back to the manager so that he can then go back to the council with, here's the most minimal scope possible.
Mike?
Yeah, just quickly, maybe you know the number, from the gym level down to the football field level, that's quite a hill. Do you have a sense of how far?
It's about 45 feet.
And it's a steep 45 feet?
It is.
Yeah. So that's a lot to ask, like, athletes to go back and forth, carrying heavy equipment and things like that, even if they are much younger and more able than we are. And so that is part of it's not just the distance of the field that there's a field house there for. It's also the elevation change.
Correct.
Yeah.
And a lot of the sports I know, like football, who is the only one able to use it right now, they keep all of their pads and equipment and all that sort of stuff down at the field house, so they're not going back and forth all the time. So no other team can do that at this point, but that would be the plan, that if there was a field house built, all those teams could store their equipment there.
Ken?
So, Chad, may not be the popular option right now, but if that field house is going to be an issue, maybe we come up with a price on how much it would cost to demo it, just to make a statement.
Yep, we're working on that right now.
Any other questions? Okay, I'd like to suggest that we move motion under new business, motion number 5. Do it right now. Move it up from the agenda so Chad can hear what the consensus of what the vote of the board is. Okay.
I have no problem with that.
All right. Do you want to read the motion then?
Sure.
Is that okay with everybody? Adrian?
Yes.
Dean?
Make a motion to support the proposed athletic fields project at Fitch High School and Sutton Park as presented by Chad Frost of Kent Frost Landscape Architecture.
Have a second?
I'll second.
And second, Michael? All right, discussion. Go ahead, Michael.
Yeah, quick discussion. So as that motion's listed, is that are the wonderful version we got when you made the very detailed presentation, or are we at the no fuss? What are we approving?
We are approving to support the proposed athletic field, and the proposed is this one.
That's the full kit and caboodle.
That's it.
That's everything.
Not much discussion there for me.
Project at Fitch High School and Sutton Park. This is it right here.
So as a, like, from our council meeting.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay. I endorse that.
So that would be the $36 million one, or the 37, between 36, 37. Jen?
How much was the Sutton Park one? Because I'm okay of letting go of Sutton Park, the lower half of the baseball field, because I had concerns about the baseball players walking down that way.
I didn't bring the numbers with me, but it was in that $6 million range, if I remember.
Okay, so if I were thinking about it, it would be about 30 million, because it would be everything excluding Sutton Park.
If you were looking to make a motion to amend it, I would go almost by site or by field and not by dollar value, in case
Yes.
dollar values change.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Okay.
so if you're looking to pull out Sutton, I would just
Yeah.
word it that way.
Are you looking to amend the motion?
Maybe.
Yeah.
Well, I would just suggest maybe not amending the motion, because right now I don't think we can set. Obviously, we can't set bonds, but we're presented with a well thought out, much considered plan that, in my view, supports the needs of the students of Fitch and the broader community. And so, whatever phases it comes to, and however it's gone about, I think that the plan for me clearly was supportive of the schools, the system's needs, and the children's needs. So.
Even though the town council is only going to
Move forward with like half or one-third.
$13 million for what they propose, and then they're going to look to develop a long-term plan, how to do it in bits and pieces. Well, not bits and, how to do it sections at a time. Go ahead, Ian.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with Mike, and I support the whole kit and caboodle, the whole package. And I think that's what needs to get done one way or the other. It'd be great if the town council reconsidered the bonding option, but or like brought it to the referendum to the people, and maybe in some sort of ranked choice voting fashion, or something more creative and more inclusive, and allowing for more of a diverse set of options. But we got what we got. But I'm in favor of we got to get it done.
Okay.
We need the big picture, and we need to move towards that.
No. Okay. So you're in favor of the whole kit and caboodle for that $37 million? For the $37 million?
Yeah, we need to make that commitment one way or the other.
Okay. Anybody else want to speak? Nope. Okay. All those in favor of to support the proposed athletic fields project at Fitch High School and Sutton Park as presented by Chad Frost of Kent and Frost Landscape Architect. Just raise your hand if you're in favor so I can see. Okay. Hey, Matthew, are you in favor?
I'm going to abstain.
Okay. Jay's in favor. Andrea?
Yes.
Okay. So we have 8 in favor, 1 abstentions. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
for hanging out with us for 3 hours.
I'm going to ask the board for one more favor, if we can move Ernie's stuff up too, so Ernie can mosey on his way. Right? Thank you, Ernie.
There's a microphone there.
Yeah.
So,
make it green.
Ernie's under Roman numeral 8, C, number 1. And it's a discussion of possible action regarding the implementation of the healthy food.
Certification, yes.
Okay, food option. Adrian, you want to read that motion?
Sure. I would like to make the motion pursuant to CGS Section 10-215F. The Groton Board of Education certifies that all food items offered for sale to students in the schools under its jurisdiction and not exempt from the Connecticut nutrition standards published by the Connecticut State Department of Education will comply with the Connecticut nutrition standards during the period of July 1st, 2025 through June 30th, 2026. This certification shall include all food offered for sale to students separately from reimbursable meals at all times and from all sources, including but not limited to school stores, vending machines, school cafeterias, culinary programs, and any fundraising activities on school premises sponsored by the school or non-school organizations and groups.
Have a second?
Second time.
Okay. All right, Ernie, you want to talk about the motion?
So absolutely. So every year, this is just a formal thing that we enter in with the state of Connecticut that just says that we only use and sell foods to students that meet the standards that the state of Connecticut has set forth. So every year we just have to renew this, and that's what this motion is.
And we keep the language just as is.
We can't change the language.
Can't change the language.
Not even one word.
Mike?
Just vending machines actually have healthy foods? They're not the ones like at my work.
Exactly. No, they do. They're not operated by us. They're an outside company. But they have to use the same foods that we do, essentially, that's on that Connecticut approval list in those machines.
Dean?
Hartford tends to be heavy-handed, and I know this goes nowhere, but the way I read this, the way I've read it in the past, is bake sales on the way into, people voting or something like that. The usual, somebody makes a pan of brownies. That would preclude that, wouldn't it? Or bake sales like that exempted somehow, and I'm not reading that. I think, is there another motion that you guys are reading?
There's a part two.
Yeah.
You can get to that.
Part two addresses
Yes,
that.
hang on.
That's after school.
Yeah, after school hours.
Okay, that's my one and only
We
piece.
still have those.
Everything else. But I think if people want to indulge in the tray of brownies at the bake sale, on election day, then they should be able to do that, so. All right. It just seemed like a very inclusive, a very inclusive language in this particular motion. And I know the law is the law.
Okay.
Right?
Any other comments? No? Okay. All those in favor of approving the motion, I'm not going to read it, say aye.
Aye.
Oppose?
Aye.
Abstentions? All right, so carries 9-0. Okay, the second motion, discussion and possible action regarding food and beverage exemptions. You want to read that, Dean, since you brought that up?
Certainly. I move the Groton Board of Education will allow the sale to students of food items that do not meet the Connecticut nutrition standards and beverages not listed in Section 10-221Q of the Connecticut General Statutes, provided the following conditions are met. Sales in connection with an event occurring after the end of a regular school day or on the weekend. 2, the sales at the location of the event. And 3, the food and beverage items are not sold from a vending machine or school store. An event is an occurrence that involves more than just a regularly scheduled practice, meeting, or extracurricular activity. For example, soccer games, school plays, and interscholastic debates are events, but soccer practices, play rehearsals, and debate team meetings are not. The regular school day, quote-unquote, is the period from midnight before to 30 minutes after the end of the official school day. Location means where the event is being held and must be the same place as the food and beverage sales.
Do you have a second?
Second.
Mike? Okay. Ernie, you want to talk about this one?
So this is the part that we do want the exemption. It allows our sports teams to do fundraising after the normal school day ends. Allows the football teams, all the other sports teams, to sell things on the weekend. So this is something that we do want to keep in place.
Any comments, questions? Okay, all those in favor of approving the motion as read, say aye.
Aye.
Oppose?
Aye.
I saw
Opposed?
Andrea raise her hand.
Andrea, are you aye?
I did.
Okay. Aye. Abstentions? All right, so approved 9-0.
Great, thank you very much, folks.
And I want to thank you too, Ernie. Both Beverly and I were able to attend, and I put it in board notes, the wonderful festival that you had in celebration of the hydroponics and meeting some of those young people who are working on the hydroponics and the people from the state. Congressman Courtney was there. You really hosted an amazing event, and it's a testimony of your good hard work. And of course, you applauded Shannon Weigel, who's done so much work with the grants and getting these grants for farm to school, and Rebecca Bias as well, and
Sam.
Sam,
Sam
and
the
we all
man.
got hats. But we do appreciate you, the things that you've brought to our district, and the healthy foods, and the Whittles apples, and all that you do to give us those fresh foods, give our students those fresh foods, is wonderful. I'm still not so sure about those. Not pancakes, but those fingers, those French toast fingers with syrup, that we still have those. But I think the kids love them. But everything else is really, the vegetables, the fruits, everything is so well done.
And introducing the students to foods that they might not ordinarily eat. Because I liked your story about the strawberry. The student in Windsor, I forget where it was, Wyndham, didn't even know what a strawberry was. Something that we take for granted.
Yeah.
So they're getting introduced to different type of food. So thank you for that.
Yeah.
And Ernie even got a citation from the General Assembly.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah. So
That's pretty impressive.
we're happy. We're
Thank
glad
you so
we
much.
have you.
We are.
Thank you. Yeah. And thanks for hanging around. Okay, so we'll go back. Back.
I think, so Ray Engel has been with us the whole time, and he wants to report the score, if I can find it again, of UConn. Or was it?
No, don't tell us. I'm recording it.
But
I'm recording it. I don't want to know.
Okay, he doesn't, Beverly doesn't want to know.
I
It might be another close one.
Yeah.
56, 37, 42. I'm just giving you all different numbers so you forget.
So, Ray, I know that we had your report in here as of 3/21, and then you also have done some excellent work looking for the best prices for fuel and gas, and you might want to talk about that, so I'll let you run your report and talk to us a little bit about the accomplishments, too.
Accomplishment, that's everybody does the accomplishments. We're all hooked at the hip on that, so it takes everybody to accomplish what we need to do. I'm not going to take 100% credit for anything on that list, but overall, I'm going to try to lighten that. We didn't get a full-fledged financial report to look at this week. We're beginning at the facilities meeting coming up. I discovered some issues with the encumbrances not appearing right, and we think we found the root cause late this afternoon. There were some items in the setup that were not checked, boxes weren't checked off right, so we were getting some doubling up on our encumbrances. So I believe
we're better off.
That the number you see on here is understated. I believe we have at least somewhere around another $500 to $1 million on this that's available. So,
Ray, can you put it on the screen? That's Ian's question usually. He's not here to ask that.
where'd he go? Was he driving away already?
No,
I'm just joking. Hello.
So while
Yeah,
he's
it's a
doing
little
that,
small. I don't know if
I
you can
do
make
have a
it bigger.
question, Beverly, after.
What's that? I'm sorry.
That's my husband.
Can everybody see it, or
Ray, could you service the geriatric part of the facility?
There you go, Ray.
not much older than I am now?
More.
This right here, beautiful. This is the number, this number here, I think is understated, so, I'm physically not gonna, I want to withdraw this portion of the report right now, only because I want to make sure I give you the right numbers. I don't want to give the wrong numbers, and I know the system, it was doubling up a bunch of different items, but particularly on salaries. So I want to make sure what I give you is 100% correct. So as soon as we fix things and get the check marks and push things over the right way on the setup, we'll get the new report out as soon as possible, okay?
Okay.
Rolling through here, electricity is still a major concern. We're burning at about 100, conservatively about 150,000 a month right now. So we're gonna, I'm estimating we could be well over $1 million deficit in electricity. We have signed up with Smart Energy, a provider out of Texas. We were able to find it at 10.972 per kilowatt hour. Originally it was 10.7 per kilowatt hours when I presented to the finance subcommittee. The next morning when I went back to lock in the rate, it went up already. This was all occurring when there was talk of tariffs and electricity going all over the place. But we locked it in, so we're saving probably about a little better than a penny and a quarter per kilowatt hour over most other rates that are out there right now. Sprague Energy came very close, but they couldn't match it. So as you can see right now, we're about 496,000 over budget. We're running a deficit on electricity. We're estimating somewhere around $900 million possibly. So that's one of our big drivers. And it's hard to control right now because we just don't know. So that's why I locked in the price where we can. Sprague also gave us some very good pricing starting in December on our natural gas. Thanks to Sandy put me on to them. They called me and we locked in, and it actually dropped at the time when we locked it in. So the old contract was actually higher than we're paying for the new. So it's about a $10,000. I call it cost avoidance because if we didn't lock it in, we'd be paying more. So we're saving us more than. Other highlights: computer services. We're running the deficit there in terms of software and things of that nature. So that's up. Special ed, that's way up. We did kick off. We spent 2 or 3 days with Joe Santafanti. He's the operation review auditor from the town, and the town hired. And we actually interviewed many people within the staff. Number one. Number two, we requested all the fiscal material that we could muster up on fiscal year 22-23 and 23-24. The MDG report, your healthcare reporting, was not part of this package because I didn't receive a new one yet. We get them every quarter. And we're actually, this is in here because I've asked Susan to hold spending until we get, slow down on spending until we know for sure where we're at with these budget issues in terms of the encumbrances. I think we'll be okay, but I'm not going to second guess. And then we have the list of some of the things that we've done over the last, I'm going to say 6+ months because I've been hit or miss on some of this. I've been gone and back, and you're stuck with me again for a short time. So we're sending in our first reconciliation of the Fund 1, which is the general fund. That's going in tomorrow. We've got a few journal entries. I'm going to be working with Nicole tomorrow morning. We'll be working on that. We're also started the monthly reconciliation process for payroll. These are all important so that we know where we stand on our budget. If we're not reconciled to the town on a monthly basis, we might as well just, it's a crapshoot as to what you really end up with, because they're doing things on the fund, managing their side of it, and we're not managing our expenses by reconciling to it. It's very difficult. Matter of fact, we started a reconciliation of all activity accounts also. We'll be taking a look at that in the next. I know Melissa is working on those accounts now, so I'm probably within the next week or two I'll be taking a ride over them and checking them out. And Ernie and I were going to be, matter of fact, not Ernie, Peter was going to be working with Ernie's team on the food program reconciliation on a monthly basis as well. I did work with the town this past week. Last week, Dee, myself, believe, not the other person, the town IT person, but we reviewed the chart of accounts from our point of view. I supplied them to Eunice. We had two people on to Eunice on there, and we had a good hour and a half discussion. And in general, I think it would be it's a good process to move forward with. It can be done. There's who does what needs to be lined up in terms of the administration of the entire program, who assigns roles, different things like that. But that's normal process and procedure that can be done down the way. That's my report. I'm happy to answer any questions if you have them.
I have questions, definitely.
Jen?
Ray, I have two questions for you. When we met as a finance committee, you'd mentioned that we had 13 million available, and now we're down to like 600. Did you fund like our benefits and health accounts, or was that just a miscalculation?
No, there was no miscalculation. What was happening is those items were some of the issues that the encumbrances were never entered in on this. You had $8 million worth of, $4 million worth of encumbrances that were not entered in. So we take that out, and then there were several items where there were no encumbrances that rolled in at all. So there were some major issues with encumbrances throughout the last 6 months.
Okay, so what controls do you have in place going forward?
Right now, we're ripping apart the program. We're putting some what I call input-output control. We're signing off on different things that need to be done. That's why I'm meeting with one of the key people tomorrow morning to make sure that we do actually have a 2-hour meeting with this person.
Okay, thank you.
He's still talking, Jen.
Oh, sorry.
Did you finish, Ray?
No, thank you for that. Let us know the outcome. I don't need to know it beforehand.
I want to know it as well as you do, trust me.
Exactly. I don't like getting numbers like 13 million going down to 600,000 and finding out that it's 6 months has been incorrect. Second of all, I don't understand what, if you go onto the second page of your pink one, there was, and this is just not knowing what this is, there's second to the last bullet point. Findings have added some additional temporary spending controls. What does that mean?
So I've just talked to the principals about going through Anne Marie and I for things that are their needs, and just holding off. Like some had library books that they wanted to purchase.
Okay,
They said, hold
that's
off on
what.
those till we get a better number, and we know for sure.
Okay.
Just to be cautious. And
Got
to
it.
go through us a little bit if they had a question about something that.
Thank
was
you.
emergent
I
or
just
not.
didn't understand the controls part of it, so thank you for that.
In the past, they've actually been cut back about 50 to 75% in different years that we've had struggles. This year, we didn't really cut it back, but I just said be very careful right now as we're marching towards the end of the year.
Okay, thank you.
Myself and Andrew, we're watching almost every requisition coming through. As a matter of fact, many of them are calling us before they enter. And we're if we combine it to a grant right now or not. We should have it resolved within the next few days. But again, I don't want to report bad numbers. I feel uncomfortable with the numbers I reported 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, no, thank you for that, because I was, at first when you guys reported it, right, like I was like, oh, that's awful suspicious, but then it was supposedly confirmed that that was like good, so then I was like, okay, let's fund our benefits where we borrowed, but now we're back to maybe 600 to $1 million, or $1.5 million, so,
It might even be more than that. I mean, the incumbent, we're going through line by line. There are
but
2,500 lines. So
yeah, no, thank you for that.
Yeah, he's very thorough when you find something like this.
Yeah, no,
With it.
thank you.
My team wasn't happy. Let me put it that way.
Yeah, I wouldn't be happy if I were there. So, yeah, no, thank you.
Okay. You're welcome.
Any other questions for Ray?
Yeah.
Yeah, you-
Just, can we just talk about the munis? The note at the bottom of the accomplishments list. You mentioned that you were working with munis and the town of Groton to review e-finance setup and structure. Is this just anticipatory?
This is fact finding. Nothing's been signed. Nothing's been moving forward. We're trying to see if we were to move forward with it, what's it going to take, what type of resources, can we piggyback on their structure. Right now, everything looks, I would say the only difference we have is the object code, we would have to add an additional filter for field. But other than that, it's very similar because it looks like, if I'm not mistaken, it looks like they used to be on an early version of e-finance years ago.
Okay.
And it's structured very similar. So I would not anticipate an issue going with a very similar account structure. Our chart of accounts would match up very similar to them.
All right. Yeah, so this is all part of the process of determining how easily we could shift over to munis, if indeed it's munis that we decide to go with.
Correct. And that basically is feasible. Yep.
Okay. Very well. Thank you.
Mike?
Yeah, I just have a quick one. It's sort of related to the create and establish monthly drawdown programs for all grants. I think that's a good thing to have. It's just we've asked a number of times to get the annual reports for the grants that have annual reports submitted, and so this might be for Susan, it might be for Ray, but it'd be good to get those as a board. And actually, I broadening that, I still think it'd be great to have on our website a grants page, just list out the descriptions, the objectives, and then maybe there'd be a link if you wanted to see the annual reports, because I know they're publicly available, but it'd be nice to have that, so that it brings some clarity to things financially in it, but more broadly shows our reach in those grants, and I think it'd help actually communicate those to the public.
And I'd just like to reiterate my support for that approach.
Me too. I like that.
What was your first part, Mike?
Just we've asked. So it's about the grants. So that brought back to my mind that many grants you have to submit an annual report to the funding agency.
You want to see the annual report?
Yeah, it'd be great. And then, but then beyond that, it'd be really helpful for everyone. I think if we had just a grants page. Yeah. Show the hard work that's being done, and you could have the news items there too, because there are always ones coming out of them.
So can
we could send well, there's several links. Ed Inspect has a link directly that's available to the public. You could also put that there. I could do an extract out of heat grants, but that's messy. You need to know what they're looking at.
So I'm meeting with all the project directors, I think, tomorrow. So I will talk to them and get Rebecca in on this. So we can absolutely, they have materials and things they do for these grants all year long. So they have plenty of resources to share. Yeah.
And some of them are difficult to display on the book because So for example, Title I closes, you have a fiscal year that closes out June 30th, but yet this fiscal year started, so you're using 15 or 20% of last year's money this year, and the details behind it are messy. And if you don't know what the grant is, the same with like the IDA grant. Some of these grants can be messy if you're not familiar with it.
And it might not be those grants, right? More the competitive grants. That would be-
Is that something you would like to come to a COW meeting?
Yeah, that'd be wonderful.
It's actually kind of communications, but I can get it started just by, when I meet with them.
Susan, I don't think we're out a high-level report, but there is a way I can extract it, but it would be an Excel file, right out of the grants.
Well, let's talk. When I talk to them, let's look at what they have too.
I'm in tomorrow, so
Okay.
give me a shout.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Ian?
Just another quick follow-up on the, you mentioned a trend looking at our electricity cost. We're trending towards a possible $1 million deficit. So do we have areas within the budget that are identified that we may be able to draw from if needed to make up for that?
Once I get the encumbrances straightened out, then it'll give us a better picture. Matter of fact, if you want, we could possibly just talk about that. Is it next Monday or Tuesday, Finance Committee? But we should be able to see where we can move it from. I have a few ideas, but until again, the encumbrances were so messed up, it made a mess of the financial reports. There were certain areas within the bowels of the software, certain check boxes that were not checked on some and checked on the others. Some of them were doubling up. I mean, Susan will tell you, I was emailing her at 6 Friday morning saying, I'm pulling my hair off. I don't have that much left. So, but, I think we're there. I think we found the major issue. We're doing a test run, and it looked like it fixed some of the things that we need to fix. We're going back now while we're combing and fine-tooth combs about.
All right. Appreciate your efforts. Look forward to hearing about how we can resolve that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anything else, Ray?
That's it from me.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ray.
You're welcome.
All right, now. Have a good night.
Am I excused?
Yes. Go finish watching those Huskies and cheering.
I'll go watch the last 5 minutes of the game.
Yeah, there you go.
Good night.
Yeah, you too, Ray.
Watching it too.
He's awake. What is he?
All right. Next is Sam, Director of Buildings and Grounds.
Good evening. I was sitting over there observing earlier in the meeting, and I think that Jay's use of the word courage when he was talking about the girls speaking up for themselves is quite appropriate. I get nervous enough speaking in front of you, let alone a teenager standing up in front of the whole public and talking about a very difficult conversation.
Yeah.
And then to have one young lady tell Mom, I can speak for myself, that's very impressive.
Yeah.
And when kids talk, we do listen, and when parents talk. But when the kids really speak up, that's really what you need to listen to.
So I have two items that I'm going to report on tonight, and they both have to do with HVAC. So you may recall that we did the HVAC testing at Northeast Academy and CK earlier. It was completed. I've had a draft report from the company that did the testing for us, and I'll actually be meeting on Wednesday to get a finalized report with them. So I hope to have that in hand in time to report that at our next Finance and Facilities Committee meeting next week. And then, of course, we'll share it with the full board after that. So that's the testing on Northeast Academy and CK.
Is that the testing that the town manager?
That was it. That was it. That was the state required testing that we had to do on the HVAC testing.
Okay.
So I shared that with the town manager the other day as well.
Thank you.
The second item again is HVAC, and that is the Fitch High School and the Barnum upgrades. The estimate for that work was done a few years ago, and so the town manager was hoping for an updated estimate. I'm still working with Silver Petrocelli. I should have that any day now. I just spoke to the fellow that's doing that for Silver Petrocelli this morning, and he thinks that we'll have it in the next few days. And then again, I was hoping to share that with the Finance and Facilities Committee next week, and along with the town manager after that. So those are the two items that I have.
And you've taken care of all of those number one security issues at all of the buildings. I know that both Northeast and CK were really concerning because they had the interim hallway, which had a direct route into the office, and now that is locked up.
Right, so they didn't have a lockable foyer essentially without having to get up out of the secretary would have to get up and walk around every time a guest came into the building. So we were able to put a swipe card out there so that and also a buzzer at the secretary's desk so that they can buzz them in without jumping up and down all day long. So if you've been at Northeast Academy, it's probably one of the busiest schools that parents are in and out of all the time. So
No trespassing signs also?
yeah, and
No.
yes, thank you. And we also purchased, I don't know how many, probably 1,000 no trespassing signs. We've already installed them at Catherine Pulaski School where they had concerns about people. If you know that property, there are some trails that go from the EB parking lot down below, and they circle around the property that we own as part of the school property, and then go all the way down to the railroad tracks and back down, all the way back down by the restaurants and stuff on Pequannock Road. And sometimes people wander off of those trails and end up on the school property proper. So we have those signs put up. Northeast Academy has been done. And along with the signs that we put up at Northeast Academy, there was quite a bit of overgrowth beyond the fence where the students would need to go in an emergency to get out of there.
Thames River, Magnet.
No,
No, Northeast.
Northeast Academy.
It was
Yeah.
Northeast.
So we were out there in the last couple of weeks taking care of that problem too. So they now have a place to get to without running through the briars to get to a safe spot off the campus.
And at CK, you put the no trespassing signs by the paths?
Yes.
Okay,
We
great.
put them down at the bottom of the hill, coming up the hill, so somebody knows they shouldn't be on property. As I sometimes tell people, my sign maker, who's passed away unfortunately, but I used to have a sign maker and bought a lot of signs for him over the years, and he, every time I went to pick up the signs, he says, "You do know the sign maker's secret, don't you?" And I said, each time I had to play the game, "No, I don't know it." And he said, "Well, nobody reads signs." Yet he made a pretty good living out of making signs. They're really, some people will follow the directive and stay off the property, but it will also help us if somebody does trespass. Then we have the authority to call the police and they could do something about it with the no trespassing sign there.
How'd you do with the bathroom doors at the high school?
My door guy, Bill Costello, installed, he was able to make up, he found some older panels that he was able to paint a similar color and install those last week, I think.
Okay.
Oh, good.
Jen?
That's what I was going to ask about, where the bathroom doors. But I was, go on.
No, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to ask, like, in Northeast Academy, are the seals on the windows, like, were those installed, like the numbers?
No, the numbers haven't been installed yet. on
Okay,
buildings.
great.
We still have to order those.
And other schools, not just
No,
Northeast.
it's not just Northeast. It's
Yeah,
gonna be a lot of
like,
numbers.
yeah, it's all.
High school has them.
Some buildings already have them.
Yeah, thank you.
And then Thames River also needed the signs. I thought Jamie said that they put them out.
Yeah, see, I think he finished that
Jamie
up
said-
yesterday, but
yeah.
I'd have to double check on
I'll
that.
double check.
But they've started it at least at Thames River. We have them for all properties, by the way.
Ah,
Oh, good.
That's good.
how many signs?
God bless you there, Dean.
1,000?
I don't know. There were 2 stacks over there.
Oh, wow.
Are they all white with,
The white with red lettering, yes.
is that a color that you think will catch people's attention?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Any other questions for Sam? All right, moving right along. Thank you, Sam.
Thank you, Sam.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Committee reports. Policy is first.
Policy will be presenting my recommendation for first reading, 3160 voted decisions. Our April 8th meeting will address the remaining financial policy proposals to the ad hoc budget process committee. A policy proposal concerning evaluation of athletic coaches sent to the committee member Susan and Deb today, asking if they have anything else they want to add. So we'll have a full plate next week.
Okay, thank you, Matthew. Curriculum?
Yeah, we met on, let me scroll up here, March 3rd. We talked about the ELA curriculum, specifically the writing curriculum in grades 6 to 12. Mr. Davis from the middle school and Mrs. McKenna from the high school explained the curriculums that are already board approved. One thing that I took out of that discussion was that, I guess a question quickly, curriculum coordinator, is that the same as a program coordinator?
I think we usually call them curriculum coordinators.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but it did kind of come up, we were talking about catching everything to make sure that that students, that they don't miss like one little part at some point in 8th grade or 9th grade, and that curriculum coordinators really do that vertical alignment to make sure that, you know, the things that the high school teachers are seeing, if they're missing something, that it gets caught in the curriculum somewhere. And I went back and looked at what we cut last year, and we cut a program coordinator, 2 half FTEs. And it sounds like that we're not typical by not having a curriculum coordinator. So it's just something for the board to keep in mind, that is a position that most school systems our size have, and it seems like it might be missed here. Additionally, we talked about an update on Fitch practice of issuing credits. Basically, they're going to start issuing half credits. If you're enrolled in a 1-credit class and you pass either the first half or the second half of that 1-credit class, they want to issue a half a credit, and rather than getting 0 credits for that whole class. And that is intended. That's intended for kids that are struggling, that maybe pass the first half of the year and not the second, or vice versa, so that if they have to make it up in summer school, that it's a little bit easier. So if they did actually earn that half a credit, so that they get something out of it. So that was the other thing that we're informed about, and I believe that's going to start July 1st or next year.
Anne Marie, do you want to add anything, or you all set?
I could just add that is something that's also very common for high schools to do, and it is in the best interest of the students in terms of making sure that kids that I think are working toward the 27 credits, which is really, I think, a very aggressive graduation requirement, can earn credits along the way. So, and that they don't give up. Sometimes what happens is when students maybe aren't doing well the first semester, the first part of the year, and maybe they get an F, unfortunately, sometimes if they know that that piece of it, like they have no hope in terms of moving forward. They just think, well, first half of the year I got an F, most likely I'm not going to do well enough to bring myself to passing. This way, as they earn credits, along the way, they'll get that credit on their transcripts. So we're really hoping that this would be helpful to a variety of students.
Any questions? Okay. Next is finance and facilities.
Yes, we met on March 4th. We had a fairly typical agenda. The first was Ray's report. He reported that we were given what we knew at the time, that we were in decent shape. One of his concerns, as he said today, is a fluctuation in electric rates, and he said, he reported that, he had to take action very soon to lock in better rates before something happened. And we, even though we were just the finance committee, we said, go ahead, you have at least our support, and you'll probably have the board support as well to go ahead and lock the better rates in. It sounds like he did. Jay was at the meeting as well, and he said that he had concerns about a deficit in the special education portion of the budget. We also had a report from Sam regarding the Charles Barnum roof replacement project, also having to do with reimbursement for out-of-district magnet school transportation. We're apparently experiencing a decrease in the number of students riding the buses, so our reimbursement is going to be somewhat lower. There was also a lot of discussion about our EV charging stations. We do not currently charge people to charge the EV stations. And there is apparently recent legislation that requires us to charge a fee for those stations. And we've looked into the cost of, making that happen. In any event.
I actually thought that was going to be an agenda item, to make a motion to turn off the charging stations at night and on the weekends.
Yeah.
It's not on the agenda.
Does it need to be a motion, or can we just do it?
I thought we were going to ask the board. I thought that's what we said at the meeting.
Yeah, we were going to probably pass that along to the board to tell you to turn it off. Anyway, yeah, the committee discussed the option of turning the charging stations off at night and recommended that the board consider this an option. But, yeah, it's not on the agenda tonight, although I suppose we could add it. So we also talked about security at NEA and CK, and we also talked about the no trespassing. Sam also talked about the no trespassing signs.
Any questions for Dean or Sam? Thank you, Dean.
Sure.
Jay, communications?
Yes, communications met last Thursday. We discussed budget communications, and the board received an email from Susan about all the different ways that we were going to be talking about the upcoming public hearing and ways that people can voice their opinions on the budget. We also received a report from Rebecca as the communications coordinator, and I asked that she share that report. She had some very good news about highly increased engagement on Parent Square, and so I asked her to share all of that with the full board. As I mentioned in the meeting that night, communications is really, the entire board has a stake in communications, and that really should just be shared far and wide. So I'm looking forward to her sending that PowerPoint to everybody.
Well, you can see the PowerPoint if you check out the communications committee meeting. I just looked at it the other day, and so I would advise that you look at she did have very good information, so I would suggest that you look at that meeting online. Go ahead, Jay. You all done, Jay?
That's it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm all set.
Okay, thank you. Ian, did your ad hoc budget committee?
No, we haven't met yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
You planning to?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Next is Learn. I attended the Learn meeting on March 13th, and the Superintendent Christopher Drezek, he presented a report. He's a superintendent in Old Saybrook Public Schools, And one thing he talked about, that his district is currently exploring what community wants for the future, and the past few weeks have marked the beginning of his renewed conversation with the community, and talking about aligning the district goals with the community needs and expectations. And recent groups garnered positive feedback with the community expressing a desire for more of these engagements in the future. And that's something that Matthew had talked to me about, is doing these little community forums to find out what are the needs of the communities in regard to the school district. And Executive Director Erickson, she went to the legislator and she talked about concerns about magnet school funding and the Connecticut Teacher Residency Program, special ed funding, and because the course, as we know, special ed courses are increasing. And that's about it for mine. Athletic fields, we already talked about. Trails, nobody does that anymore, I don't think.
I attended trails.
Oh, you do? Oh, okay. I thought you weren't going to do that.
Well, you haven't yet named the successors, so I figured I should keep going until you do that.
Okay.
There was an item on the Cop Park Trail upgrade for the vision impaired access. We were discussing about possible opportunities for students to become involved in community services. The work could involve trail work. It could involve plantings. I ran into Ernie, and he said if it's something the board is interested in, he could probably come up with some plants that are noticeable and appropriate for that because of the various scents that they give off. And he said he could, if you want, we could get some kids involved in that. Other options for Fitch High School, if you're interested, I can share them offline. That's it for trails.
And what about library?
Library, the big event that is going on the 26th of April is going to be Earth Expo. It's a joint project of the Groton Public Library and Thrive 55. Again, Ernie said he would be enthusiastically supportive if the board wanted to bring in a couple of the students out and putting on some kind of display at the expo. I thought, and again, these are just ideas I'm throwing out. The idea is how do we give the public another several views of all the wonderful things that we're doing, what the kids are learning. The middle school project, they're going to be showing that probably in late May. May is the culmination capstone project. And my thought was perhaps some of the kids who are doing things that touch on the environment, not everybody does, but some will do on the environment, whether their projects are far enough along the way that they might be able to expose them. Same for the Fitch capstone project. And I'm even thinking of something like Thames River or other elementary where the kids have already done environmental projects where we don't have to make more work for the teachers, but just recycle some of the work we've done and give the public a real good view of how comprehensive and wide our offerings are. So if you're interested, I can follow up, or I can give you the names of our contacts at the library and Jason Hines.
All right, thank you. Next is the consent agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
Ian and Dean. Any comments or questions or concerns about the consent agenda?
Yeah, I've got a couple. If we skip to attachment 4, February 20th, under board member discussion, I think my comments and Mike's comments might have gotten scrambled a little bit there. Did you look at that one?
No, I didn't.
Oh, sorry.
But I trust you.
Yeah, so I think the top 2 bullets under Mike Whitney were actually my comments, although none of it it doesn't seem to make sense altogether. So I was just going to read what I would recommend changing the top, 3 lines, or put under my end, is just that Adrian Johnson proposed a reduction of $117,861, which is comprised of which is a compilation of what would have been the FY24 function 2312. The amount would be reduced from lines 430 to 626, function 1700, the entire function 2312, and the entire function 2314. And then that, we were voting on it, but then it was paused for future discussion.
Take your notes and add it to.
Yeah, if you can read them. I can hardly read them. So that's one of them. And then skipping to attachment 7, which was the final meeting where we voted on the budget. Under budget work session, item 2, budget work session, it said we went through the budget tracker sheet and made adjustments by consensus. We actually voted on all of those lines. So it was board votes, and I have the who voted which way recorded if we need it. But we voted on one thing. I'm going to request is that we attach the tracker sheet that was the result of that meeting. So, and I will call it the final BOE budget FYE 2026 updated tracker sheet 2025.02.25, and that was sent by Ian out to all of the board at 8:51 p.m. on the 25th. So I would request that that be added.
I just found that, actually. I was looking for it.
No?
Because we talked about that would be a good strategy to share when we go to the council.
Right.
Tracker sheet.
Yeah, well, we did a lot in that meeting, and we actually voted on some big numbers.
Right.
And if we need it for the minutes, I have it recorded, who voted which way. But we all, that night, we voted on lines 30, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, and 44. That would be my clarification to add to those minutes.
Joyce, Susan, and Adrian. I have the votes, but in discussing it with Joyce, she suggested changing it to consensus.
Is it that, it's not a voting meeting?
It's not a voting meeting.
Yeah.
I don't think
We voted on, we started the vote on that same thing with you, where we were going through.
Yeah, but I just vote for consensus.
No, but you were going, we started the vote on one of those line items, and then it was paused, but you asked person by person.
Yeah, just to get a consensus done. That's what I'm doing.
So we were voting, I don't know, we were voting on numbers in the public. I guess if we can't vote, I don't know.
I shouldn't probably say vote. I should say, how do you feel about that, Mike?
No,
I do say, how do you vote?
We're voting on.
This goes back to
up the budget.
Sorry. Right.
How we write it now. We may have done it wrong.
But this goes back to the problematic in the problems with which we have with the structure of how we do this. Like, it'd be great if we had like a more formalized structure where we do have the opportunity to vote on these numbers in a way that can be recorded and demonstrated.
Well, you can record it. Who was for it, who was against it, but it's not a formal vote.
I think you used like informal vote or straw poll vote, or something like that.
Let's not make
But just the word consensus makes it seem
Yeah, it's not
like,
consensus though.
like we made a consensus on the solar panels that I never got. Sorry, a little side.
But it's not a formal vote.
Right. Like just yes, you could say by informal vote or
So maybe by informal vote.
I'll have her change that. Informal vote.
Yeah, and I don't know if...
I think Joyce, who knows so much about board meetings, I think she's afraid to say it's a vote if it wasn't a motion and a vote.
Right.
And
Yeah.
voting.
We did make motions on it, didn't we?
I think it is.
The problem is like the meeting was not like a special meeting. It was not a voting. It wasn't a regular meeting. It wasn't a special meeting, which has to do with the overall format in which we do the budget. That we don't have a closeout process.
All right, anything else, Adrian?
Nope, that's it.
All right, thank you very much. Jen?
I was just looking at attachment 3 just now thoroughly. Like it said that I requested the business teacher, definitely, social worker, but I know I did the nurse too, because those 3 are a result of our site visits.
Yep, I do remember that.
Okay.
We got it.
And they
So far, so good.
Oh, actually, can I make one more?
Yep, go ahead.
When we were talking about adding support for the elementaries, and we added $160,000, it ended up as 5 tutors, but I believe the consensus of the discussion was that it could be tutors or certified staff, and we were going to leave it up to the principals. So I know the line item got put in tutors for right now. It's the way it's in the budget. But I'd rather it said, because we did kind of because if 2 teachers might make more sense than 5 tutors for the principals, I would rather, that was the discussion that we had kind of agreed on. So at this point, I'd prefer that, if that's all right. Does everyone else agree with
Yeah.
So it would be line...
What attachment?
It would be on that final approved board BOE budget that Ian emailed out, and it would just be a slight modification to that.
So we don't have that with us.
Point of clarification.
It will be on we will as soon as it gets added to the minutes for that night.
All right. Matthew?
Yeah.
A point of clarification to Adrian. I had the sense that the reason for the 5 tutors is to spare the resources amongst the 5 elementary schools. And I'm open to being persuaded, but I'm not sure that having 2 staff is going to spread those resources across the schools. I'm not trying to sell something, I'm just trying to get...
Yeah, and I would not disagree with that. There's certainly more need in some schools than others. I thought that just for now it could say either or, because I think that was the discussion. It can still be 5 tutors.
Yeah.
I think it's just because the original.
To the principal.
That's what we
Exactly.
That's the discussion. We'll leave it
So
up to
we can have that discussion again. For right now, I'd rather leave it the way we had it originally.
All right, thank you.
Dean.
On attachment 5, February 24th meeting, under student representative report, it says the theater club will be showing Greece,
I
the
saw
country.
that. Beverly pointed that
I
out.
just pointed it out. I didn't want to say it out loud.
Yes, okay.
The spelling errors.
Even though tomorrow is the 204th anniversary of the beginning of the uprising.
Of the other Greece.
I represented
Oh, fuck.
So in tracker sheet, either or.
Oh, yeah, when is that?
All right, I'd just like to thank Deloitte.
You want that?
Is that how you pronounce this?
Those two.
Deloitte.
This was on
Deloitte.
Deloitte Consulting Product Services, LLC.
It's the first read.
I'll wait till I have everybody's attention.
Get them set up straight.
Because I'm talking over Susan, too. She's having a side conversation over here. Has donated 12 smart rover kits, which consist largely of the Ellen Co. snap circuits to be used at Groton Middle School. Electric Boat donated $45,000 for new scoreboards at Groton Middle School, turf and softball fields, and Fitch Booster Club has donated $4,458.78 for new scoreboards at Groton Middle School, turf and softball fields. So, and that's that. Thank you all for all those 3 people, or 3 organizations. Let me see. Next on the
Oh, we have to
agenda.
vote. Did we vote on that?
Oh, no.
Consent?
All those in favor of the consent calendar, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
As amended.
As amended.
As amended?
As-
Okay.
Yes.
All those in favor of the consent calendar as amended, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Okay, approved. All right, next is discussion and possible action regarding approval of June 12, 2025 as the graduation date for 2024-2025 school year, and June 13, 2025 as the graduation rain date for the 2024-2025 school year. Do I have a motion, Jen?
Second. Motion.
I'll second.
Sorry, second. Sorry, you brought me drinking.
Mike, do I have a motion?
Water.
I'll move that. Yeah.
You move that?
Yes.
You'll second that, Jen. Okay. So,
I was drinking,
drinking.
I was drinking,
Again,
yes,
okay.
I go through water.
So, we heard from Rebecca and her concerns about the graduation date. So, any discussion on that? Ian?
I concur with the concerns. I think, Friday would be a good day with Saturday morning as a rain date. Just, again, considering all the working folks.
Andrea?
Yes, I agree with that. And I also think that, well, if it has to be in the auditorium, it has to be in the auditorium. Nobody's going to die over that. So I wholeheartedly disagree with the changing of the date. It should be on a Friday.
All right, so you're on a Friday. Okay.
I am.
And what about having the rain date on the Saturday morning?
That's fine.
Okay.
question.
Wait 1 second.
Oh, yeah.
Michael, go ahead.
Just a couple of things. Have we checked with Grasso at all? And I asked the same thing of people I know at Grasso. They
What did
checked
they say?
with Grasso. It seems like you guys we're narrowing in on the same date.
Which one, the Friday the 13th?
Exactly.
Oh,
Seems like
not
a lucky
again.
day for graduation. So anyway, that might be worth checking. But the other part is, I was thinking, could we have Friday as the primary day, for instance, and Thursday as the rain date? I know that's weird, but we do have weather forecasts. So I'm serious. Like if we saw something big in, you might just.
People get so confused. I thought about that.
Yeah.
I thought everybody's going to say Friday's the date, and then the rain date's Thursday. But then if we get the bad weather, switch it to Thursday. They're going to say, "But you said Friday."
Yeah.
Can you imagine switching it to saying, well, Friday's going to be a bad day. We have the rain date on Thursday indoors, and then Friday turns out to be beautiful. You'll never hear the end of it.
Yeah.
Anne Marie?
I also think there's a lot of preparation in getting ready for graduation, so I'm sure that preparation starts a couple days in advance. If we were to have Friday as the main day and Thursday as the makeup, even making that decision, and I'm sure we wouldn't make that decision probably until Thursday morning. And I certainly have not been here for a graduation, but I've been involved in the decision-making process of, are we going to be outside? Are we, going to use the rain date? I know that, there's a lot of preparation in that, and then also, a lot of, I think, deliberation in terms of, are we going to move this date because it's going to affect a lot of people. So I would advocate to not do a Friday choice with the Thursday backup. With the Thursday rain date.
That's why I
Do a
had my
Friday
original
with a
motion.
Saturday backup. I'm just wondering if we're going to have the same amount of staff available.
Well,
It's
that
gonna
is a
cost us
concern as well.
overtime for all of the people that are, helping the facility staff and security staff. It will cost us a big overtime bill.
For what?
For the graduation. If it's on a Saturday.
Wouldn't we not be paying it for Friday, though? The overtime?
We'd be paying for it at Friday, but would it be a different cost?
Not on Friday, no.
Not on Friday, it would be
On
part of the
Saturday.
workday?
Yeah, if it rains on Friday and you're going to a Saturday, depending upon what time it is, we have to take the whole thing down and reset it up again. Other than the stage, we have to take everything back down and reset it up again. So it takes some time on Saturday as well to get that all set up.
So should we not do a rain date?
Did we ever explore, I heard Ms. Bordelon talk about this, the Guard Art Center or some other place that can hold a large group and how much that would cost? I'm getting some brownie points now from Portia.
They love the field.
So she never gave you anything.
Do we ever explore? Oh, go ahead, Marie and then Jen.
I don't know how much that particular venue would cost, but I can tell you from experience that venues sometimes cost around $30,000.
Okay.
And there's parking.
Jen.
Okay.
Parking.
I'm going to be the meanie because I'm always the meanie. We should just keep it the way we have been throughout the years. We put it on Friday, and if it rains, it's inside. Everybody knows that. They get 4 tickets. Do I not have it on?
You do, no.
Okay.
I didn't know if anyone wanted my opinion about having it.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay, let me be the meanie first.
It's about setting up and taking it down and setting up.
Oh, but let me.
It takes a long time to break it down and set it up. So, yeah, I would say have it on a Friday, and if we have to go inside, we can set up inside days ahead of time and leave it. When it's outside and we have to change, we're bringing a lot.
That last year, it was outside and we brought it in.
It's very difficult. And we've done it a number of times, and it's just chaos when we have to move it.
So what are your suggestions again, Mark?
It's probably easiest to say one day on Friday, and and have the backup be the same day inside.
Yeah, that's what I was.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because it's air conditioned in there. We can broadcast into the band room, or we can broadcast into the gymnasium. We've done that before. Shine it up on the wall. You open up the bleachers. You can have a bunch of people sitting there.
Can we vote on the 5 o'clock time so that we get in first and then Grasso has to do it later?
Andrea, you have your hand up? Oh, Jen.
I never got to finish my being. So what I was saying was like what Mark was going to say, right? Like just keep it one day. Like that's like the history of Fitch, right? Like, you're either outside or inside, and that's unfortunately the chance it's going to be. We should not have a rain date.
Andrea? Thank you, Jen.
Yes, I wanted to agree with Jen, and I wanted to withdraw my idea of okay, we'll do it on Saturday outside because it needs to be. It's the way it's always been, and I know that that's a unpopular point of view. However, it's the most practical. Having listened to Sam and listened to Mark, if it rains, and we'll just have it inside, and that's that. That's where I stand.
Adrian? Thank you, Andrea.
Yeah, I agree with that. Just have it on Friday. From sitting on the water a lot of days in the summer, it seems like when thunderstorms happen, it's at 6 o'clock.
Right.
I know it's happened the last two graduations, right, where it was both at 6, and I spent lots of days working on the RGA watching the thunderstorms come across on that last sail. So if we did it earlier in the day, I think just from a percentage standpoint, we should talk to a weatherman about this. But maybe if we can do it earlier in the day, maybe that'll be a little bit better.
So what are you thinking, like 4 o'clock?
I don't know. I would leave that to somebody else. I would just say the earlier the
Okay.
better.
Okay.
Or 4. I like 4 too. Yeah.
A lot of people might be working at 4, but I don't know. Matthew, did you have your hand up? There you go.
If we need to do it earlier in the day, we need to have plenty of hydration for rain events. And I'm serious.
Yeah.
Okay. Dean. Thank you, Matthew. Dean.
We can settle all this right now simply by consulting the Farmer's Almanac. It'll tell us exactly.
All right. So, you want to amend this motion to have I'll amend the motion to have the graduation date on Friday, June 13th, and no rain date. Do I have a second?
Second the amendment.
If I may, I just, I don't know, I'm kind of two minds on it. one thing to consider when it comes to like rain dates and all that is that, there are extended families, there are, non-traditional families that have multiple sets of parents coming in. However, that could also play towards the idea of like getting smart with the weather patterns. I concur with Adrian's observations. Having worked on the water a good bit, that is, like usually around 6 or 7. Like the closer you get to like actual sunset, temperature differentials change and weather patterns come through. So having it earlier in the day might be a way to increase the chance of having a successful outdoor event where the broadest amount of family members could come in and see everything happen live, not projected. But, and I think, logistically looking at it, the simplest date for people to plan on is like commit to a date and stick with it. So I definitely would, I'd also pull back my support for the idea of a rain date on another day.
Sounded good.
All right. So all those in favor, of the amended motion to have the graduation on...
How do we do it, though? Do we have to vote on the amendment and then vote on the real motion, I think?
Oh, yeah, we didn't vote on the amendment.
Yeah.
So all those in favor of the amended motion, on the amendment, say aye.
Aye.
Okay. I don't know. And all those in favor of the amended motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, so June 13th, Friday, June 13th.
Friday the 13th,
Is the graduation.
earlier in the day if we can.
Portia, if you can get us the Guard Art Center at a cheaper price.
Yeah,
let
at
us
$0.
know. Yeah, well, maybe we could check it out.
Just then we'd have to.
All right, next on the agenda is, since I skipped around, is what? Policy. Okay. Discussion and possible action regarding the first reading of policy 3160, transfer of funds between budget functions. Matthew, you want to read the motion?
I'll read the motion, and then I'll ask Ian to present one read, and then to ask Andrea to also speak to the proposed amendment. I move we approve policy 3160, transfer of funds between budget functions as we first read.
Do you have a second?
Second, Thomas.
So I'd like to ask Mr. Thomas to present this, and then when he's finished, let Andrea have the floor.
All right. So long story short, this is the budget that guides the administration in how to transfer funds between budget functions. It cannot be done without board approval, except for emergency situations, and that's the long and short of it. I have the item projected. Is there a need for me to read the whole policy out loud?
No.
Okay. So the one point of contention that came up during the policy committee meeting, this did pass out of committee, but with a 2-to-1 vote. So there was some contention there, and it's worthy of discussion. But the second paragraph says the superintendent shall provide notification of any transfer made under emergency circumstances to the board, chair, or designee within 36 hours. That was the sentence that had some contention to it. And disagreement. Contention, whatever. To summarize, basically, like the question was, should there be a firm time frame or not? And a lot of the discussion circled around, the notification of the transfer made. First, it's not notification of the emergency; it's notification of the transfer. But that's where we were at. Both Matthew and I were in favor of having some kind of time frame. So after some discussion, we decided to go with 36 as a starting point for the discussion, and then we take it to the whole board and see what people thought about it. And then then I'll pass off to Andrea if she wants to provide more color.
The only thing that there are two things that I disagree with. And that's the first one. I think that there should be no time, a limitation at all, no reference to time. And the second one is where, in the last sentence where it says the board shall provide a written explanation of a transfer made under emergency circumstances to the town council and representative town meeting as soon as possible. I do not believe that we should ever have anything required of us to provide a written explanation. It should be practiced by all means, absolutely. Requirement of policy, never. I'll never vote for that.
Jen?
I agree with Andrea on the last strict.
You speak a little bit louder.
Oh, sorry, that was my fault. Mic was off. I agree with Andrea, Dr. Ackerman, regarding removing that line. We are the board, and we are responsible for managing the budget and assisting the superintendent, so we don't need to really report out to them. We get approval from them like once a year to get funding, or maybe a couple times if we need additional funding, but overall, like, we don't need to report out as far as I'm concerned. In regards to the 36 hours, I'm a little bit more lenient on that, thinking maybe within like an accounting period, so closer to like 28 to 30 days. I don't think it really should. I don't know what 36 hours is going to accomplish, but an accounting period, at least if we know by the next accounting period. So that's my opinion only.
Dean?
So I'm with Andrea and Jen on the last sentence. I don't want to have us required to report, because that's just not how. I don't think we're required to do anything under any other circumstances other than, the normal budget process with respect to the town council and the RTM. Now, with respect to the transfers made under emergency circumstances, right, so before we had the superintendent had complete discretion under all circumstances, so here we've narrowed it to emergency circumstances. I don't have any problem with requiring a day and a half to come back to us and say, by the way, I had to make an emergency transfer, and I'm providing you notice of having made it. Now, I would like to know in the notice why it was made. I had to do it because time was running out on a great deal in a contract or something like that. But I mean, I presume that if the transfer was made under emergency circumstances, the superintendent knew what those circumstances were. All we're asking is for the superintendent to let us know that the transfer was made, and also to let us know what those emergency circumstances were. That's all. So I have no. I think 36 hours is perfectly reasonable.
Adrian, did I see you?
Yeah. Well, I pretty much was going to say what Dean said. So. The one thing I'm in total agreement with Dean and on the hours, and it doesn't seem like it's cumbersome to have to just let the board know.
I'm trying to remember when we had all those floods last year.
But we're just talking about letting the board know. It can be like an email, right?
Yeah, I think I was letting you know.
I think it
when
should
those
go to
things
the
were
whole
happening.
board, not, that way, if the board chair isn't around or something like that, doesn't see the email, it's just
That's how we have what designate.
Yeah, all right, so,
She typically then says send it to the board.
So, but we're talking about budget transfers, not expenditure transfers. So why is there an emergency with the budget? Because you can spend the money over a budget, right? So we're talking about expenditures. It seems like there should be some pretty strict rules. In my own opinion, budget doesn't really matter. It's the bottom line that actually matters at the end of the year, right? Because we go over some things and under some things. But it's the expenditures that seems like it might be where like a little bit, the controls might be a little tighter. So have we had to do this before?
Well, I'm
Change the
trying to
budget under
remember.
emergency?
I think when we were going through those emergencies, and sometimes they require an insurance company to you know, you have to get the insurance company right away because they will reimburse you some of the money. But how many things did we have last year? One a month, just about. The flood at Fitch. And I think as soon as I learned about it and we had to start remedying it, I let the board know right away. And we just took from the budget, and I don't remember if it went over or, you know, we just had the money in the budget and we prioritized. That was one of the things we had to fix. We did talk about the total cost. It was like $500,000 at one point.
Yeah. Can I just follow up on that? I think Ray had said, and I'd had some discussions, that the budget is just the budget. It's just where we put money to start, and if we run over, that helps us understand where maybe we under budgeted or over budgeted. So that's why I don't even see why there's an emergency circumstance necessary.
Like, I don't know, but the only thing I could think of is if the budget was assigned for $100,000 and we have a PO, a purchase order that we need to put out that's greater than $100,000, that's the only time where I could think there's a budget issue, because normally you would have a check to say, are we able to expend $100,000 or $200,000 because we are only approved for this line item to spend $100,000. So certain systems are built that way, that if you had only approval for $100,000, it won't allow you to do that, and then you would have to make budget transfers. But I don't think our system is complicated enough to even be at that level. So you're right. I think you're right. We should never have a budget emergency because our systems are not automated, and it doesn't have the controls in place that a larger procurement system would have.
But it may in the future.
It may in the future. Yes.
Jay, and then Mike.
Yeah, I was going to basically make the same point as Adrian, that we've never had a vote in my memory to move money. The way that we do it is we allow the deficits to improve so that it can be determined what we need to set the budget for the following year. For example, we know right now that the electric is operating at a deficit. So do we want to have a vote tonight to transfer funds from another account? And then next month, when it goes into deficit again, we're going to have another vote to move it from another account? And then the next month? You see where this is going?
No, I don't.
It means you're going to be voting.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Because that's exactly what Ray said, Jay. That's what Ray said.
It's just going around in circles, and we've made it all these years. I definitely agree that if the superintendent wants to, in the middle of the year, cut a program and create some brand new program, that there needs to be a control in place for that to come to the board and approve. But, if we have things like utilities and things over which we have no control, and floods and that sort of thing, we'll end up having votes at every board meeting if we make this policy that every time an account goes into deficit, we have to have a vote to move the money from another account. And then at the end of the year, try to untangle all that and determine what the budget should be for the next year.
Mike, so you're agreeing with Adrian, right?
Yeah, and we've just never done this.
Okay.
And I'm trying to determine what problem we have that we're trying to solve with this.
Okay. And what about the last sentence, Jay? What are your thoughts on that?
Reporting out, we've never reported out a budget transfer.
Okay. All right. Mike, thank you, Jay.
All right, just a couple things. So within the 36 hours, I mean, if you're looking to change it, suggest like 2 business days or 3 business days, so that gets around like having a report out on a weekend, whatever time period. But I think it's important to have that time period there. I agree with what Andrea was saying, and others were agreeing with the last sentence. Though well-intentioned, could cause some problems potentially. Like it's obligating us to do something that we're not actually obligated to do. But I do like the last sentence from the first paragraph that says the board will receive a written explanation of non-emergency transfers performed by superintendent or designee from the previous month in the monthly budget and expense report. I like that a lot because
We're
that's
doing that already.
right. And so let's do that for the emergency one too, because that's a public meeting. It gets it out to the public, and then that could be passed along. You probably pass around the finance report anyway to the town manager, perhaps. So that puts it in more of a public setting. And then to Jay's point, and I guess to Adrian's point, I just want to say, like, our current policy, 3160, transfer of funds between budget functions, has non-emergency and emergency, just like this does. And it says we should be voting to approve it. And I have been very troubled when I got on the board that we aren't doing that, and looking back that it hasn't been done. And that policy has been around since, the last time it was revised was 2004, and it's been around, I don't know what it was like before. So that the policy's been there. I don't know why we've not been following it, but it's bothered me since I've been on the board, and I think it's a really good idea to have the board check in on this. So that's where I stand on it.
Okay, Matthew.
When we were discussing the question of a time frame, I'm thinking to myself, that you may or may not agree with me. It was less material to me whether it was 36 hours, 48 hours, or 72 hours. If there's an emergency, superintendent or his designee is going to be preoccupied with the emergency. I don't want to interfere dealing with the emergency, but I do want the board to know in a timely fashion, because it's embarrassing when you get a phone call from the citizens and saying X, Y, or Z, you really don't know what they're talking about. So I think timely notification, whatever number is good with the board is fine with me, but a number. As far as the last sentence, I personally am persuaded by the arguments made that could be deleted. If Ian were comfortable with modifying the motion, I would move to take it out, but I'll defer to Ian. You can leave it in and vote on it however you want.
Okay, Jay.
So I'd be curious to see what Dean feels about this policy, and the members of the Finance Committee. I've always interpreted this as being, if the superintendent transferred money, it had to be reported. But I don't read this as every time an account goes into deficit, the board has to meet and transfer the money. My point is that we would be transferring accounts at every meeting. As the electric bills come in, we would be, so this is a policy that if it became necessary to do a transfer or change a program, the superintendent would have to report it to the board.
Right.
If we're now going to say that every time an account goes into deficit, we have to meet and have a meeting and transfer, then we're going to be creating a lot more transfers that are going to be difficult to sort out when we're going back and trying to figure out what the budget should be. So I think that's where the confusion is. People are reading this as every time there's an imbalance, you have to balance it. I don't know, within a week, within a month? What's the timeline for that? We now know that there's going to be continuing deficit in the electric account. So every time the bill comes in, do we have to meet and transfer the money? Or do we do as we do now and allow the deficit to build so we know that the budget was off by that amount?
So, Jay, are you saying you don't like this entire policy?
I think it's the way people are interpreting it. Is it a requirement that we have to do these transfers, or is it if the superintendent chooses to make the transfer that it has to be reported to the board? I'm all for that, And it basically doesn't happen because we allow, as Ray has pointed out to us, we just allow the deficits to run so that it shows us where the issues are when building the next year's budget.
Okay. Thank you, Jay. Dean?
So working backwards, I don't think there'd be a problem, no matter how this is handled, no matter what shifting of funds occur. If you're looking for information about how to build next year's budget better, you still have the original figures. So if we budgeted something at $500,000 and we wound up spending $1 million on it, no matter whether it was transferred by Susan's discretion or by formal vote of the board, we still have that original $500,000 reference point, and we know we blew it by $500,000, and then we can talk about why. I was just looking at this thing very simply, saying originally the policy just said that the super, under any circumstances, could transfer funds. So these transfers are always going to happen anyway under either policy. The difference is that except for emergencies as defined, which is the safety valve of the thing, the transfers would take place only with our approval. It's just a way to just grab hold of that. So the only thing I see really changing is we are now involved in the transfers, and if we want to say we don't want to be bothered, just let us know when they happen, then fine.
Well, that's that first paragraph, right, where we have to explain it to you.
Right, that's the only difference. These transfers are going to happen anyway. The deficits are going to be run or not run. We're still going to have to look at, still going to have the data to enable us to, build next year's budget, et cetera. We're just sticking our nose now in the process and asking that we actually formally vote on anything non-emergency. Other than that, I don't really see a difference. Excuse me.
You all set, Dean?
Yeah.
Mike?
Yeah, I'll just say, sticking our nose in it, our nose should have been in it the whole time. So the current policy, I'm not going to read the whole thing, but I'll read this short paragraph. It's for the non-emergency part. The Board of Education shall have the sole authority to approve such transfers, this transfer between functions, and no transfer between functions shall be made without prior authorization by formal written resolution of the Board of Education, except as noted below. That's the emergency part. Such transfers must be voted upon by the board before the end of the current fiscal year. So that might allay some of Jay's fears, because that's not saying you have to do it every week or anything like that. But at some point in the old policy, at least we should be voting on it. And I'm not sure if that happens. Maybe sometimes it does. It doesn't. Here, we're saying that we should still be voting on it, as that power has been in the policy already, and it's just, it seems like it's giving a better, prescriptive list of what to do without delving into any regulation territory. So we always should be voting on these transfers. And I'll just say, last year as I watched the board meetings go through, it seemed like the board was surprised by some financial shortcomings. Maybe this closer look at things could have helped with that. Maybe it could help this year too. So those are my thoughts.
Yeah, you're right, I think.
I want to thank Mike for that breakdown there. That kind of I would just echo that reasoning. For anyone who's concerned about the frequency or immediacy of these votes, that is debatable as far as what kind of time frame. As Jay noted, there is a practice of running deficits up to a certain point, but at some point we have to reconcile those. And so, similar to what we did with the nurses, where we recognize it, and as we discussed with Ray earlier tonight when I asked about the electricity deficit, have you identified areas where we could draw from to compensate for that? And he said, yeah, he's aware of a few, and he's tracking, and as numbers resolve themselves, he's going to have a plan. Right. And so that's that's how I interpret this draft, is that, yes, we'll be aware of deficits that are trending. We'll be able to track those. We have the original budget numbers, as Dean said. Excuse me. And, at a time appropriate and a time that is, not overly obtrusive for non-emergency services, we can vote in whatever numbers have to be done in order to keep it in good format. But I don't see this as an inhibition. I just see it as a proper, a proper check and balance. And the emergency contingencies are there. I'm with Matthew. As far as I just wanted a time frame. What's reasonable is up to debate. 36, 72, what have you. But this is just notification of the emergency transfer. So the emergencies dealt with, money was allocated, in order to cover that expense. Then at some point when the dust starts to settle, over the 15th cup of coffee, send an email, and have it bounce out to the board, and that's it. That satisfies the concern. And then the rest of it can be unpacked at the next regular meeting. And I'm totally fine with eliminating that last sentence in the second paragraph. Wait.
Yeah.
Was there one other thing? Never mind. No, I answered it. Never mind. Good. Yep.
Dean.
Yeah, this isn't the first time. It probably won't be the last. I completely misread the original policy. I take back just about everything that I've said.
But does this one look good?
Except for the last sentence.
Yeah, okay, all right.
I would eliminate the last sentence and probably do something within that 36 hours, 2 or 3 days. I even like Jen's comment about what did you say, accounting, 1 month, an accounting period. Because if this is finances, then we could
within
do
the accounting period.
Yeah.
Within that accounting period.
What is an accounting period?
That's long, though.
From like I don't know here, but let's say it's the last Friday of each month to the next last Friday of each month. So that would be like 28 to 30 days, depending on.
So would it be reasonable to say at the next regular meeting?
That was somewhere.
Yeah,
that was part of one of the policies that we read.
Okay.
The next regular meeting.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
may I remove the last sentence with the acceptance of my seconder? Could I remove the last sentence of the proposed document?
Yeah.
I'm in agreement with that.
We're okay with that.
It's a first reading, right?
Yes, first reading. Yeah, you could remove it. Adrian?
Yeah, so I am in support of the emergency part. Are we actually going to stop running over budget numbers? So are we going to do something with the expenditure side? Is that what we're... Because, it was explained to me that expenditures and the budget are kind of two separate things. At least that's the way we've been operating. I would be in favor of trying to keep things in budget if we're going to do that. But does this actually talk about the expenditure side, that we can't expend over a budget line? And if we have a budget line for $50,000 for chalk, can we spend $70,000 on chalk without doing a transfer?
Can you,
I don't know anything anymore.
You know what? It's 10:30. We eliminated one sentence. We'll send it back to the committee for another reading.
That's a great point, though. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
I'll look it up and we'll talk about it in policy, and
Okay.
I'll have some kind of.
It's a lot of chalk.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
we have to,
So
we have to approve this for a first reading.
Then we can send it
Minus
back
the
in between.
sentence that said, the board shall provide a written explanation to the RTM.
Right.
Okay?
We can just say as amended. 'cause
As amended.
I just cut it out.
Okay. Yeah.
If I can just say something real quick to Adrian's point.
Go ahead.
So, the central office will inform of any potential line item over expenditures in the school budget. That happened tonight, right? We got that from Ray. Then the superintendent and board may, they're not required, may transfer any unexpended or uncontracted portion of any appropriation. And those recommended will be sent to the board for approval. So this is all maybe. It's not a requirement that we're over and we have to make a vote. So now that I've read this more carefully, I don't think it requires anything except that if the superintendent recommends the transfer, that we vote on it. So I'll be voting for that once we get rid of the language at the end.
We did. We got rid of the language at the end. Okay, all those in favor of approving transfer of funds between budget functions as amended, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions?
I'm still opposed, Beverly. I'm still opposed to that 36 hours.
Okay. One abstention. So 8 in favor, 1 opposed. Excuse me?
I'm opposed.
Yeah. 8 in favor, 1 opposed, no abstentions, right? Okay. Moving forward. Thank you. The next is discussion of possible action regarding recognition of Paraprofessionals Appreciation Day. Can I get a motion? Adrian.
All right. I'd like to make a motion to recognize April 2nd, 2025 as Paraprofessional Appreciation Day and to direct the Superintendent of Schools to send a letter of appreciation to the paraprofessionals.
Can I have a second? Second, Andrea? Okay. Any conversation? They get the same letter every year?
No,
I hope not. That's pitiful.
we changed it up and we put a little graphics on there and
All right.
No.
You give them donuts or something? You have money in the budget for that?
only my money I've been spending on everything.
All right. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Abstentions? All right. So approved. The next one, Mike? Oh, you packed up,
Oh,
Mike.
I
Yeah,
thought
I
we were
have
done.
Ian?
No, I'll make a motion to recognize April 23rd, 2025 as Administrative Professionals Day and to direct the Superintendent of Schools to send a letter of appreciation to the administrative professionals.
Yep. Was that you, Matthew?
I think so.
All right. Thank you, Matthew. Any discussion? Thank you to all the administrative professionals, and they get a letter too?
They get one too.
Different letter every year.
Different letter.
Okay.
Yeah.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Abstentions? So approved. Next is information proposal. This is letters, communications, and comments by board members. Anybody? Ian?
Yep. So I was had the occasion to go on the Mystic Irish Day Parade, or our St. Patrick's Day Parade. That was a lot of fun, and saw a lot of people out there. Good conversations all around. I want to again thank everyone that came out tonight and brought those concerns to light, and look forward to again moving forward on trying to resolve those concerns and resolve the process as well. I did just send an email out to the board. I received, I was in communication with Representative Baumgartner, and also the town manager sent me an email regarding LEARNs. LEARN has a regional shared service solution, which has to do with financial management, and it's a shared service amongst regional school districts. And so I think it's something that we may want to take a look at as a board. That way to kind of try to stabilize the business office moving forward. You know, Ray here is doing a great job as interim, but, you know, finding a way to move to just kind of, you know, I don't know, find a better way to move forward. We've had a lot of disruption there. So basically what it looks like, reading on it, you contract with LEARN, and LEARN provides financial business director
Yeah, I did do that
And
assistance.
I talked to
one
Sue
time
about
before.
that.
They don't have extra business managers to go around.
No, but it's like it's a matter of like they provide the services of like the bookkeeping and accounting,
Yeah.
or something like that. So you know, maybe that's something we could look at doing to try to as a way moving forward to you know I don't know. I'd like to
I
look
have
at it.
reached out to them in the past when we've
Right.
had a shortfall, and that has come in handy. But typically, smaller districts will do that when they don't have the personnel. So, but they don't, and the business manager even, they sent someone over to me when we were in a pinch at one point for a little while, but they don't have someone who can really do interim work.
Well, no, I wasn't thinking interim. I was thinking long-term. As a way to, again, stabilize and try to find a way to get a firm foundation built here. So, I don't know. Is it a thing that we could discuss as a board? I sent the information over, and I would hope that people take a look at it, and maybe it's a thing we could put on a referral list and talk about if it's a thing we want to discuss as a board.
Well, are you thinking we don't have enough help in the business office?
I'm just saying I'd like to look at the program and look how it works for other districts and see if it's a thing that could fit with us and satisfy our needs on a long-term basis.
Well, we can have Susan talk to Kate and whoever at the Learn. I don't know what your needs are, so you have to get back to us on that.
Okay.
If that's something we need in the business office.
Yeah.
Anyone else?
I'd like to, if I may.
Yeah, go ahead.
I enjoyed Read Across America. What astounded me this year, I've done this now for 15 years. This year, the first graders took the book out of my hand and started reading. And I turned to the teacher and said, maybe they've read this book eight times already. They've memorized the book. Kids do that. No, never seen the book before. These little kids are learning, and I had the opportunity to ask the teachers in an off moment in the 3 classes I was in. So how's written wisdom doing? Without exception, though the language varies, the best done curriculum you've ever seen. I think we have a winner here.
I also did Read Across America at Mystic Magnet School, and it was like read in a pre-K class, and that was fun. The other thing I want to say before I turn it over to Jen, I want to give a shout out to the Groton Middle School Orchestra and Choir. They went to the Groton Senior Center and they performed. They did a free concert for free, and well, that's redundant. They did a free concert for free, but and also afterwards, excuse me. Afterwards, they mingled with the seniors, and they were very, very happy with our Groton Middle School students. And the other thing I want to do is, I read this online. Congratulations to Mrs. Alumni in the Fitch High School and the counseling department. Their program, Senior Prep Day, has been selected as the 2025 Connecticut School Counselor Association's Comprehensive School Counseling Program of the Year. Wow. So shout out to both the high school counseling department and Groton Middle School Orchestra and Choir.
Thank you.
Okay. Jen?
I just had to look up the date.
Oh, one more thing. And thank you to the business office, because we had a clean audit, and that's a big thing for us. Yeah. Go ahead, Jen, I'm sorry.
Okay, so on Friday, March 14th, Beverly and I went to Thames River and Catherine Kalinowski. We saw a couple instances of wit and wisdom, and some of the kids, I think that was 5th grade, they were talking about westward movement and stuff like that. So that was really interesting. And just walking around the school, you could tell both schools there was like a positive vibe in like how the principals are running it, the teachers, you know, and seeing just the little kids. I always enjoy seeing, you know, like what we're trying to accomplish and having the kids learn, right? So in Thames, there's Sam, this is actually it's Catherine Kalinowski. There's something that Beverly and I are probably going to follow. There's like a couple of room split up requests that have been requested. I think it's been maybe like 3 to 4 years now. It's like splitting up one of the music rooms, making an adjustment in the administrative building in the back for an extra room, and I don't recall the other location, but I think there were like 3 spots within the building where rooms are to be built. So it was just good hearing about, like, so that you can tell whether it's both of the schools where the principals are making concerted effort trying to identify space with needs. There's one room, I think, was that CK or Thames, where it was supposed to be a closet.
Oh,
it would have
yeah.
been a really nice closet because there's windows
CK.
and everything.
That
It
was
was
CK.
It was supposed to be a closet, and they're using it as sort of like a smaller, is it for special ed, the room? Yeah, so I give them creativity, but like we need to support them so that they can move forward and help accomplish like what they want for the classroom.
Sam's working on building the wall.
Oh, he is? Oh, okay.
Well, we have architectural plans.
Yeah, he's got the plan.
Oh, perfect, thank you. Anything else, Beverly, that I might have missed?
No. No, just that, as we all know, Thames River Magnet School, they have a large population of special ed. And I don't know, are we ever going to do a special ed committee? Because Mike's going to be on that committee.
Yeah.
We only need one board member because it's going to be teachers.
I am special ed certified.
I know, that's okay.
Okay.
Go ahead. Are we ever going to do it?
Yes.
Let me know if you have any questions.
All right, so, yeah, because that's a big concern about the special ed populations, both in Thames River Magnet School and Mystic. Yeah, so. And identification of special ed students and so on and so forth. So, anything else? Mike, have anything? Adrian, I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah. So I just wanted to thank everyone that spoke tonight. I don't know if anybody's still listening, but I do want to thank everyone. That was very powerful, and I appreciate students coming out and speaking on what's going on in their lives and in the schools. I was hoping to get an update on the business manager inquiry that we started a while back, so I don't know when we might expect that, but I'm anxiously awaiting it. And then on the inquiry, is that what we called it? An inquiry into the business manager?
Nothing yet. He didn't send anything yet.
All right. And then a while...
don't worry. I will withhold information.
And then a while back, there was some talk about communications from the individual schools through Parent Square to board members. At least I had requested that.
To have you all on their list of...
Yeah, to be able to, and mostly it's to know what's going on in the individual schools. And I can give you an example. Like I just found out about a concert that looked great at NEA. So stuff like that, to just not obviously not the individual classroom stuff, but just the school overview, to have access to that so we can see what's going on in individual schools, so board members have a little bit more of a connection to the district outside of where they live maybe, or just the schools in general.
And I also try to get those in board notes as well, with the different events that are coming up.
Sometimes the school will send it too.
Sometimes the school will.
Yeah, because I got stuff from NEA.
But I think that's
But if
an
it's-
easy thing to just add you all on. I don't think it's a big...
Yeah, I mean, and I don't know that I would set the notifications
Maybe
up
we
for
can
that,
have
but
like a
I think it's nice to
calendar.
have, to be able to click on the
We can have a
school.
monthly calendar, and because they must know a month in advance.
Yeah.
Okay, and on this night, April 1st, Fitch High School's having this, and you could send it to us at the end of the March, or at the end of each
We
month.
especially try to keep track, like, in this next month, because that's when everything starts happening all at once.
Yeah.
So we definitely...
Well,
put a calendar
can you give us a calendar for April?
Yeah.
Like what's
Yeah.
going on?
Yep.
Okay. Ian's going to be on that. Ian's going to be on that special ed committee too. He twisted my arm. You
All
didn't
right.
see it, but he did.
Well, thank you, Bev.
There's other
Appreciate
things
that.
on Parent Square too that might be interesting for board members to, know, and it's not classified stuff, right? It's basically public, so it would just be nice to be able to opt in if any other board members want to read it. And maybe I'm the only one, and maybe I'll read it for like 3 days and then realize I'm buried in it.
But I like the opt-in thing, because I need to keep it straight.
Text message, do you want voicemails, do you want all of the above?
I'm going to open the app and then click on what I want. You know?
Is that something you can do?
Yeah, it's a flip of the switch. It's a Rebecca thing.
All right. Is that good, Adrian?
Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Anyone else? Ian?
I just want a quick follow-up on one other thing. Well, thank you, Bev, for that change of heart there. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I was messing with you when I said that.
I did also send an email out to the board a number of weeks ago. I heard a story on WNPR about the Department of Education did a study on school districts that actually somehow still maintained good reading scores or improved since COVID, since that was a number of school districts are still struggling with that. And there was one school district in Louisiana they found that had consistently improved over time. And the curriculum that they were following was the science of reading. So I just wanted to share that out. And as I find more information on it, the article was a link to an audio. I hadn't found the transcript yet of the story, but I wanted to kind of pull that apart a little bit. Yeah.
And I saw that someplace else. I'm thinking, where did I see that?
Yeah.
You talked about Louisiana. I think it was something that Kate must have sent.
Yeah. I'll do a more deep dive into it, but I think it's a great testimony that, as to the power of explicit instruction and, phonetic-based, decoding skills and that sort of thing. That approach to reading, fundamentals first. It works.
Instead of letting the book companies drive our curriculum, because that's what used to happen.
Yeah. You shouldn't have to look at pictures to figure out words.
Yeah, that's happened in other. I think Mississippi, they started in like 16 or something like that, and they had increases too.
Yeah.
But there's
take this one.
It's been around.
Jay, you have your hand up?
Yes. First of all, I too want to thank everyone for coming out tonight. I know it must have been difficult. I also wanted to add on to what you said, Bev. Last year, the auditors told us it would be extremely difficult to get back on track with the audit. And so I'm very appreciative to Ray and everybody in the business office that worked on that. And as you mentioned, it was clean, meaning there were no recommendations this year. And I also understand that Ray has developed a very good working relationship with the CPA doing the operational review. And so, that's good news. So kudos to Ray. Thank you.
Okay. All right, and advanced planning, everybody sees that, facilities, and you could read that for yourself.
Just real quick, though, I wanted to just ask Jen and Mike, are you guys still good with being on the ad hoc budget procedure committee?
Yes.
And would April 22nd at 6:30 be a good time to do a virtual? It's a Tuesday.
It's a Tuesday?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not going to go past Tuesdays. Meetings that I'm trying to consolidate on Mondays and Tuesdays.
You killed my
I know.
summer.
I'm not doing it again.
Any suggested agenda items?
Well, we talked about just the construct of the book. No, I'm sorry. Okay. I thought you were talking about the ad hoc budget procedure. Never mind. All right. Yes. Well, I got to send an email to Matt to make it official, but he had sent that email out asking for extra policy stuff to look at. Mm-hmm. So I'll send a referral for that 1312.
Sent one about AI. Yeah. We could start working on AI.
Gotcha.
Okay. I just want to thank Sam and Anne Marie for hanging around with us for, we started at 6, almost 5 hours. I mean, we're going to be a real family pretty soon.
I think we already are.
But thank you both for hanging around with us. Okay.
And Portia.
Thank you, Portia. Okay. Anything else? for the good and their welfare. Okay, Dr. Ackerman?
Motion to adjourn. Thank you, Lord.
Go home, we're here. Do we have a second? Did we get a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Good night, everyone. Good night, Gracie.
Okay.
Adrian,